Hey Fred, I have a request from a person named Chris Gibbons to cross over. Is that one of your consultants I should cross over?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Okay, say that again. My microphone is a little bit low, so.
Okay. I have a request from a person named Chris Gibbons to cross him over as a speaker. Is that correct, or do you know who that is?
I don't know who that is.
I think our plan was to do public comment toward the end,
Okay.
but I'll let George speak for himself when he shows up.
Yeah, I'll let him do that too.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, George. George, you were asked to speak for yourself.
Oh,
There was a question about, go ahead, Beth. I didn't catch who it was.
Oh, I just have a person in the attendee list with their hand up requesting to cross over to speak, but Fred's not familiar with who it is, and I think you guys want to do public comment at the very end. Is that right?
For the rezoning portion?
Yeah.
yes. And if it's public comment for anything else, I see that on our agenda.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, right.
Thank you. So yeah, that's Chris Gibbons with your hand up. Chris, if you wish to make public comment on this hearing, that opportunity will avail itself a little bit later. If you wish to make public comment in general, that will be at 10 o'clock.
Meaning on something not related to these rezonings. Is that what you meant, George?
That is what I meant. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. So, okay, it is 8 o'clock, which means that we are in session. This is the Board of County Commissioners meeting. The first thing on our agenda is the consideration of 3 rezoning cases. Those case numbers are RZ 2020-002, RZ 2020-0003, RZ 2020-0004.
And I'm sorry, can I just interrupt for a second? Do we have your blessing on the marijuana licenses? That was at the top of the agenda. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, thank you. Yes, the first thing on the agenda is administrative approval of the marijuana licenses. I did have a chance to review them. I have no questions or concerns, so I'm happy to approve them. Unless Randy, Sean, anybody else has any comment.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No, thank you. Somebody's got to keep the trains going here. So yeah, okay, we are going to open the public hearing for these 3 rezoning cases for the construction of 3 different communication towers, one located at 1372 Sinton Road, one located at 201 Valley View Lane. Those are both in the Echo Hills neighborhood, and one located at 280 Yankee Creek Road. The way, just for everybody's information, so they know what to expect, the way that this hearing is going to proceed, we're going to ask for a staff introduction to the topic. We will let the applicant make their presentation. Staff will follow up with anything they wish to add or clarify. Then we'll get into a round of questions from the commissioners to the applicants or staff. When commissioners are done with their questions, we will open it up for public comment. Members of the public will be given 3 minutes to speak. Staff will be collecting questions and we'll answer them all at the end. And then after all of that, the commissioners will close public comment and we'll deliberate and make a decision.
And we have 3 different zoning cases, so there are 3 different votes. And I presume that your thought is that we will have the presentations on all 3 cases, have the public comment on all 3 cases, but vote on them independently at the end, George, just for clarification.
Yes, that's how I intended to do this. And Peter, I welcome your comment on that. You're muted.
My recommendation would be to, the overall applicant presentation is going to apply to all 3, so I think that's fine. But before you actually go on the vote, just make sure that people identify, that the public identifies which application or zoning item they're referring to, just so it's clear from that purpose. But it's fine to do it all at once because that is going to be the bulk of the information.
Okay, so a presentation on the three, a discussion and questions on the three, comments on the three, identifying which one they're talking about, whether it's all or one, and then final deliberation and a vote.
You will need
Different
votes
votes.
for all three separately,
Votes for
that's
all three,
correct.
right.
But as far as the overall hearing itself, it's fine to encompass them as one.
Okay. So when we get into deliberation, we'll separate it then. So thank you all. Any other questions about this process or clarifications that need to be made? And thanks, Randy, for those. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and hand it to Fred Roland-Hagen so that he can introduce this case. And Fred, when you're ready, you can hand it to our applicant.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me fine? Well enough. Good. I just got a new camera installed at my work in my office. So this is my first Zoom meeting from my office.
Explain how handsome you look.
Let's see. So this, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is these are rezoning cases. So we got three cases: rezoning cases RZ 2020-0002, RZ 2020-0003, and RZ 2020-0004. And the request is to rezone these three properties, or I should say portions of these three properties, from MR1 to planned development for three telecommunications facilities that would provide a network of high-speed broadband service to approximately 775 households on the east side of the county. The facilities consist of three towers. The three towers are 60 feet, 70 feet, and 125 feet in height, respectively. One thing that I want to make clear is that with what you will see in the draft official development plans are a total extended height not to exceed 65 feet, 75 feet, and 130 feet. And that's to take into consideration any appurtenances, antenna, things like that that stick up above the very top of the tower. Clear Creek Broadband is the applicant. Stefan Andrade is their agent. And I am the Planning and Building Services Manager, and I'm acting as case manager for these particular cases. So the county commissioners heard one of these cases at their January 5th meeting, and that was RZ 2020-0004. That was the Yankee Creek Tower. You heard that staff report, you took public comment, and then you requested some more information. You requested a site visit. You did the site visit a couple weeks ago on Wednesday of a couple weeks ago. And you asked for more information on effect on property values. You asked for more information, I believe, on visual impact. Hold on. Yes, property value information, visual impact, and you wanted to do a site visit. So in the staff report, you should have information regarding that. The applicants have provided that information for you, and they are also going to have that in the presentation, so you and everybody else can listen to that. Also, for the record and for everybody who's listening, all of the staff materials are out on the website. Clear Creek County Planning Department has what we call an active cases web page. If you get on the front web page of Clear Creek County and then click under departments and divisions, you scroll down to planning and zoning, get on the planning department website or web page, and then click on the left-hand side. There's a little link called active cases. And if you click on active cases, you can scroll down and find all of the information that's been provided to the Planning Commission and to the Board of County Commissioners regarding this case. I also managed to get some of the additional comments that I sent to the county commissioners last night. So that is on the record, and I wanted to make sure that the county commissioners got that. I sent you by email some additional comments, both in support and in opposition to this last night. In addition to that, there are a few more comments that were received this morning, and I'll just identify those right now and get those into the record. Let's see. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I see we were receiving comments all the way through 7:58. So
Yes. Okay, so we have one comment one comment in opposition from Mark Feller that was submitted. It was submitted to all of you via email last night. There's one comment that was submitted this morning, requested to be anonymous, but providing a technical analysis of the proposal. And then there was another comment that was just submitted by Ashlyn Vaughn, who is actually one of the property owner of 201 Valley View Lane site. There's a request to read that into the record. Commissioners, I'll let you decide whether you want to read anything into the record, but I've been maintaining that I'm trying to treat all comments consistently and make sure that they're all on the record, but that I'm not reading in any, I don't want to pick and choose what comments to read into the record or not.
I have maybe a future recommendation. I mean, I don't think it seems reasonable that we would be expected to analyze and understand comments made 120 seconds before the beginning of this hearing. So maybe in the future we could set some kind of a deadline, like 5 p.m. the day before or something like that. Because I really appreciate people caring enough to make a comment, but it just turns into a situation where we can't analyze it. It's too late.
But if I could just clarify that, the commission still, even though that is the preferable thing to do, the commission still would accept any comments up until and through the public hearing, as if the public was live there actually asking the questions at the time.
That's
so
a fair
we will
point.
consider it. It'll be part of the backup, but it is preferable to get those ahead of time just so you have time to digest them. I understand the commission has been receiving a lot of communications and has been reviewing them as they've been coming in.
Yeah, I mean, my point is, I'll admit, I haven't read the one that came 5 minutes ago, and it seems unlikely that's going to happen now.
Yeah, a multi-page technical document delivered while we're in the meeting is probably not an effective way to communicate to us on the day of the hearing. But that would be my request too, is to have it in time to do it justice.
And my suggestion would be to the person that did submit the technical document, if they want to summarize it during public comment to you within the 3-minute period, that would make perfect sense for them to be heard. If they choose not to, that's up to them as well.
Thanks, Peter.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so those things would like to make sure that those are entered into the record. And I will go through very quickly. I won't highlight my staff report a whole lot. My staff report actually does not contain a whole lot of really any new information than what you have reviewed during your January 5th hearing. Let's see, but let me pull up table of contents. But in the packet you have a detailed narrative, draft official development plan, a location map, and a draft resolution for each of the 3 cases. Exhibit 2, you have a map of the broadband service area. You also have in Exhibit 6, you have Clear Creek broadband coverage maps. And then you also have Clear Creek Broadband's analysis of the relationship between broadband tower serving sites and home values in the aggregate, which I believe Clear Creek Broadband will elaborate on during their presentation. There's some talking points that Clear Creek Broadband had provided. There is a memorandum of opposition that was provided by some property owners in the Echo Hills area, specifically opposed to the Sinton Road tower, which is RZ 2020-0002. It does not, as I read it, it does not appear to be a memorandum of opposition to the other two applications. There are comments from referral agencies, and I went through those during January 5th, but I'm happy to go through those if the county commissioners want me to go through those again. But there's comments from referral agencies. Primarily, the substantive one is the one from IREA, which talks about some specific technical requirements that they have for the location of these particular towers. You have, I provided a response from Exhibit 11, response from Mountain Metro Association of Realtors, and a response from Tallgrass Spa. And then you have a list of responses in support and responses in opposition. And I will go, let me go through, I won't go through those, but what I did identify in that public comment or in those responses is that approximately 135 comments were submitted in support of this application, and approximately 20 comments were submitted in opposition. That does not include the ones that I sent you last night or the ones that we received today. But I did, as I said, comments continue to be submitted at the time of the preparation of this report. All additional comments will be submitted into the record during the commissioner's hearing on February 2nd, which I did. Let's see. And then in my staff report, I do include the standards and the criteria for which staff reviews rezoning applications. And so there are standards for a zoning amendment, for a straight zoning amendment that we review every application on. That begins on page 4 of my staff report. It asks us whether the applications are consistent with the Clear Creek Master Plan, whether there is compatibility with surrounding uses, if there is a public benefit or not, if there is adequate infrastructure serving the sites, and if the proposed amendment would otherwise be in conflict with the master plan, has there been a change of circumstances since the master plan was adopted that would warrant this particular change. There are also, because this is a telecommunications facility, the Clear Creek County zoning regulations have a separate chapter of performance standards that we also review telecom facilities. That's chapter 18, or I should say section 18. And that looks at the particular design of the towers, and looking at the particular siting of them. That begins on page 6 of my staff report. So so let me get down to the Planning Commission recommendation. As you know, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on December 16th on these 3 applications. They recommended approval of the Yankee Creek Road Tower to you and sent it to the commissioners. It continued the other 2 applications in order to obtain more information. Basically, they wanted more information similar to what the commissioners wanted, but they were asking for more information on they wanted visual simulations of the towers, propagation maps, study for RF coverage, and asking the applicant to prepare an analysis of how their applications fit into the Clear Creek County Master Plan. And they also wanted additional information on impact on property values. The Planning Commission continued their hearing on to Wednesday, January 20th, and that's where the applicant provided these requested materials. And the Planning Commission heard their presentation, took in public comment, and then unanimously recommended approval of both applications to the Board of County Commissioners. So what you have in the draft resolutions for these three cases are the recommendations directly from the Planning Commission. And then I'll go into staff's recommendation. Staff acknowledges that there is a need for expanded broadband service in the county and acknowledges the need for these facilities. The master plan does call for build out of broadband and telecommunications infrastructure countywide. Staff does want to note that the county does not usually permit towers without better buffering or camouflaging. And in many applications, the facilities are shorter to the ground, or they take advantage of ridge lines or high points or things like that to gain coverage while keeping the facility hidden from view. When a tower has been approved by the county, typically it's a stealth type version that looks like a tree or something like that. You see some of these along the I-70 corridor. A few shorter towers have been permitted along the I-70 corridor without additional camouflaging or buffering when they were located in heavy commercial or industrial areas. As presented above, the applicants have provided reasons for not proposing a stealth tower and have gained support from at least some of the local community for their current proposed design. Further, the applicants have provided justification and the need for the tower height and the locations, and the applicants will be presenting that in their application. And so with that said, staff is recommending approval of these requests to the county commissioners. So as I said, I'm not going to go into any more detail on into the staff report. I do remember one thing that I did not put in my staff report, and the county commissioners had asked for more information or a better analysis of property value or effects on property value. The applicants are going to provide that information. Staff did a little bit of research on that, and there is a lot of information on the internet about effects of property values on effects of property values from communication towers and cell towers and things like that. And just from my perspective, it almost seems like no matter what your opinion is, you can find a report that supports your opinion. But I think generally, some of the reports that I found indicate that if there is broadband service, if there is adequate Wi-Fi and broadband service in the area, that's gonna kick the property values up. But perhaps the immediate vicinity of a tower, sometimes the tower may have an effect on property values in the immediate vicinity. And in some reports that I've read, it's been between like 2 and 8% change in value. I can provide more of those reports to the Board of County Commissioners if they would like. But as I said, the applicant has provided information on property values, and I would let you hear the applicant's presentation and then decide if you need some more information or not. So with that said, are there any questions?
I was thinking maybe I'll hold my questions until after the applicant presentation in case the applicant answers them. One little hang up is that I'm not sure our applicant is with us.
Yeah, he was. I see one raised. No.
I had him just a second ago. Hold on.
Yeah.
No, I don't see him.
He's not over the attendees either.
No, unless he's under a different name or a phone number. Does anybody have his cell phone number that you could compare?
Look. I don't know if I have it or not.
Let me see if I can find it. Beth, the only phone number that I have is 303-674-7449.
Yes, yeah.
It's always a little challenging when you're intermittently at
Yes.
work.
He's back. He's coming over.
There he is.
I just got kicked out. I lost my broadband connection. Can you hear me?
I knew that comment was coming.
Thank you.
Yes, Stefan, we can hear you. We just heard the staff introduction to this, and we are ready for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I believe that Fred has the presentation that we sent.
Let me share my screen. Okay, can everybody see my screen? Beth says yes. Okay.
Okay. So thank you. Sorry for the technical hiccup. I appreciate everybody's time, not just this morning, but also going to the sites a couple of weeks ago. I think that being there in person is obviously very critical to getting an appreciation and an understanding of the context of what we're trying to achieve. And I've prepared a summary of the project for your review and consideration, and for the public as well, to understand our methodology and kind of how we got to the point that we're in right now. So the second slide, please, questions and answers. So the 7 areas that we wanted to cover were, what are the areas that are covered? You know, how did we get there? Why did we get to these certain locations? Then once we got to the neighborhoods that were going to be a part of our service territory, how did we get to the towers themselves, where they were going to be located and why they're located there? Then we'll go through a discussion about the heights of the towers. As was presented in the staff report earlier, the height is kind of a critical variable when it comes to how these networks are designed. We were very mindful of that all the way through, and we'll discuss how we determine those heights and what was involved in terms of that consideration. Then we'll talk about the visual impacts. And again, in the early planning stages, we thought about visual impacts, but maybe did not think hard enough, and wanted to make sure that you understood our appreciation of the neighborhood and those individuals that felt as though this was going to have an adverse visual impact to their community. And then what we're going to do to minimize those visual impacts, and then we'll go through the property values. I know that a number of individuals, on both sides of this issue, have been very concerned about property values, and we want to present our understanding of that issue. We are not real estate professionals, but we have a number of individuals in the community, and I believe there'll be some people that will testify later about the property values and the impacts of broadband on those property values, as well as the impacts of towers in close proximity to properties. And how does the zoning align with the master plan? This was an issue that was brought up in the Planning Commission, and we just wanted to make sure that we addressed it up front. So the next slide, please. who is going to be served? So we wanted to make sure that everybody understood that while this started out as kind of a community effort in the Upper Bear Creek drainage, over the years, we heard from other neighborhoods of the need for broadband coverages in their neighborhoods as well. And as most of you know, we've gone through many iterations of plans, of ways to finance it, of ways to get service to our areas, beginning with the repeal of the 152, Senate Bill 152 by the county to allow the county to engage in and participate in broadband initiatives, all the way through to the state grant application. And in the meantime, there were a few studies that were done by NeoConnect and others sponsored by the county. And we'll get into some of that basic planning here in a couple of slides. But when we're talking about who will be served, what we're going to show you are our radio frequency coverage maps. And these are maps that are developed with a tool that was designed by and incorporated with the equipment manufacturer Cambium. And they're really a simulation of what would be the coverage given the type of frequency, the proximity of those towers, the height of those towers, and a number of variables, and then the receiving height of the tower on the receiving end. And so we wanted to go through all of that with you and make sure that all of that is being covered thoroughly. And at any time during this presentation, if you have questions, please just let me know. So if I can articulate or tell you a little bit more about how we got to where we're at, I want to do it at the time that we're covering the subject in front of us. So who will the tower serve? Let's go on to slide 4, please. So the total predicts the signal that is detected and where it will be. So our assumptions were that on the receiving end, most homes are about 20 feet above the ground, and that's the average height. So we had to go from the county information that was provided to us by the assessor's office and through the GIS department and determine from the parcel, is there a structure on the parcel? If there is a structure on the parcel, is there a structure on the parcel that is 20 feet above the ground? And do we have the right longitude and latitude to identify that structure in order to test the signal strength that would be theoretically sent to that structure? And then what you do is you look at the signal strength itself, and it says negative 66 dB. And that is a measurement of radio frequency, decibels. And the numbers are stated in the negative. I'm not sure exactly why, honestly, but it is the speed that is a target in order to achieve our anticipated plan speeds for the individual subscribers. So we put in there that we wanted to make sure that we were delivering at least 50 megabits down and 10 megabits up, and that if we were 20 feet above the ground and these were the places where our towers were located, that our signal strength would be strong enough to deliver that level of service, given other assumptions about total number of subscribers, et cetera, et cetera. So we have been testing out these algorithms in the King Murphy area. And to date, they've been very, very accurate. We've gone to places where we thought that they would work and they do not. And we found out the reasons why, because there were rock outcroppings or the tree density was too great in order to reach the intended home. But in many cases, we're finding that even with some tree coverage, particularly ponderosa pines, and in some cases, lodgepole pines, that you can still receive the signal strength that's desired to provide the actual plan speeds that we would like to provide to each one of the residents. So if we go to the next slide, this is a map that shows 157 homes with the 2 towers that are planned for Echo Hills. And this shows the areas, the different colors, anything that's represented by a color shows that it can actually receive the proper signal strength. So all of these areas that are covered, all of these maps, and if you look hard, you can actually see through the coloring you can see the roads. You can see Sinton Road and other roads that are located in Echo Hills. And you can see that a majority, if actually all except for a couple of homes, are actually covered in the Echo Hills area by these two serving towers. And then if we go to the next slide, you'll see that this is the propagation in Old Squaw Pass. And if you look to the southern part of that map, you'll see 103, Highway 103. And there are some areas that are dark green. That means that we really can't see those areas. They're below the signal that's being transmitted on the Echo Hills Tower, which is the second tower on Echo Hills, the one that's to the north. And so we have to have some repeaters that will look back to the north-facing sloped homes in order to make sure that we cover those homes. So while there'll be a number of homes that will get service from Valley View Lane, the tower to the north, there are additional homes that will still require us to put in a repeater to see those homes to the north of 103 and to the south of the very bright red orange color coverage area. We did receive, after the initial planning meeting, we did receive inquiries from homeowners in Old Squaw Pass stating that they would be willing to locate repeaters on site on their homes in order to serve those service areas. And we do plan on talking to those homeowners and getting coverage into those areas here in the next couple of weeks, but we wanted to get through this planning process before we did that. And then if we go to the next slide, slide 7, this shows the areas that are covered by the Golden Willow, we call it the Brookvale site. And this is a particularly challenging area in our county because there are so many fingers and valleys, whether you go up Yankee Creek, if you go up Golden Willow, if you're going to the Bendemeer area, the road has a lot of twists and turns and rock outcroppings. And so we've been fortunate that the tower height that is proposed for Yankee Creek will serve a number of homes in this area, and that with additional neighbors providing repeaters off of their properties, we'll have sufficient coverage to provide those homes with the planned speeds. Now, again, just like in Echo Hills, there are a few areas that are deep in the valleys that are particularly hard to serve. And so we will be adding repeaters, particularly going up Witter Gulch. Witter Gulch has a number of switchbacks and it's very difficult to get everybody served. We've found a couple of willing property owners at the top of Witter Gulch that have agreed to allow for a repeater to be placed on their property. And then we'll have one at the lower end of Witter Gulch, which we believe will provide sufficient coverage for all those residents in the Witter Gulch drainage. So those are the 3 RF propagation studies. And if you go to slide 8, you'll see the total coverage of these 3 sites. So again, we did this not just because, we wanted to put up towers. We always wanted to put up the fewest number of towers, getting the greatest amount of coverage and the least amount of impact to any one of the neighbors. Because, we're sensitive to the fact that nobody likes anything built in their backyard. So the basic planning of the network, if we go to slide 9, encompasses, and on the right-hand side is the dish that is placed on the side of a person's home. In the middle is the radio, and then surrounding that dish is a cone that collects the signal. So going back to how we got there, we started with 152 passage. We talked to the county extensively at that time. There didn't seem to be either a budget or an ability from the county to participate in building a network by the county. But then subsequently, the county did sponsor a NeoConnect study, which identified a few things. It identified the lack of broadband in the county, particularly in this end of the county, where we don't have incorporated cities and there's no cable franchise. It also identified the preferred method for a broadband architecture. And here we really initially resisted the findings in that study, honestly, and thought we could build a fiber wireless hybrid network. But as it turns out, they were right and we were wrong. It was too expensive given the amount of distances between homes, and the bigger challenge was really the cost of construction. We did reach out after that to IREA and ask them to give us a ballpark figure of costs for pole attachment rights to use fiber along IREA rights of way, and even ask them to participate with us in the building of the network. They said that it wasn't in their plans, and they had too many new homes that were being constructed in Douglas County in order to divert investment in this area for a service that was not a primary service for IREA. And at that time, we also were included in the master plan and stated as some of the goals by the county in terms of the goals of the county to keep our economic vitality in place and keeping the property values as well as people able to work from home viable. So we did a couple of neighborhood petitions. One was an expression of interest, and then a second one was to see if people were willing to tax themselves and do an issuance of a special district to allow us to fund the building of a network. And at that time, it still was a hybrid network where we're planning 100 megabit speeds and going to do a fiber wireless network. As it turned out, we didn't reach the threshold. We were just right below it at 50%. The county did consider allowing us to go forward with, even though it was less than 50%, but we thought the prudent thing to do was to seek other type of funding sources. And fortuitously, we were talking to federal government agencies like the Department of Agriculture, as well as the FCC about any particular granting opportunities there. Those were very long-term, and in the interim, we actually learned of a state grant that was available and applied for that state grant and were awarded a grant, and it became effective in March of 2020, the end of March in 2020. So that was really the kickoff period of when we got started in earnest of trying to design and build the network. So we selected equipment from a provider, Cambium, which is one of the longest standing radio providers in the world. They were actually originally a division of Motorola, and they provided radios back in World War II and had been improving radio technologies ever since then. And really did a lot of work in rural areas, but areas where you had not a very close proximity from one home to the next. The next thing that we did was to look at the various frequencies. And at the time that we were doing this, about 9 months prior, the Federal Communications Commission had just released a set of frequencies, CBRS, which is at 3.65 gigahertz, that did not have a lot of users in it. It was a repurposed frequency and was one that was really designed to help entities like ourselves use a frequency that was semi-regulated in order to provide clear channels between one user and the next. And at the same time, we also looked at equipment in the field and asked other providers to still come back and see if they could give us a quote to build a network. We asked Comcast, CenturyLink, and Rise. None of them were looking to build, and neither did they also object to our application with the state. So it's not that they endorsed us, but at least they didn't object to us putting in our application being awarded the grant money. And then we asked and as a part of our designation of area, we needed to make sure that we weren't providing service in areas where there was an incumbent provider. That was one of the stipulations of us receiving the state award. And so we needed to go through and ask residents in the planned area whether or not they're receiving broadband services. And if so, please send us speed tests. And if not, please send us speed tests, because we had to testify in front of the State Broadband Commission to the completeness of our data, and that we were going through and circulating questions to residents to see if they were receiving service from an incumbent. And we did discover that there were certain areas where CenturyLink had improved their network, where they were providing sufficient speeds. And there were a few households in the Rise area that were receiving speeds that were not quite broadband, but were at the residents. So we tried to keep those, and we disclosed those to the state as a part of our grant application. But all the time that we were doing this, we knew that we, at a minimum, had to meet the 25/3 standard, and we really wanted to go beyond that. And while we are planning, our service offering is 50 down and 10 up at $70 per month. The network has capabilities of actually doing 200 and down and 50 up, but we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves. We thought that the best thing to do was to plan a network that gets everybody great speeds as quickly as possible. So that was the target, and that's how we decided to get to the plan that we're in right now. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the service areas were really established, as I just mentioned, that we had to make sure, and we confirmed this with the NeoConnect study, as well as our own surveys, that they were not being served by an incumbent service provider, and that they represented to us that they were not getting service from another provider. It could be a wireless provider, but the state did not consider, and the FCC at the time did not consider, a geosynchronous satellite service as being qualified for competitive broadband. And the primary reasons for that were latency, cost, and the quality of service. So in all cases, and the state considered that when they were looking at our grant application, to make sure that there were not other incumbent service providers that were overlapping with what we were proposing. And then we did provide a link to why these plans are important. According to the FCC, it's a combination of a number of things, primarily being able to receive, education from home, telemedicine, primary services, voice calls, that sort of thing. Then secondarily, they look at videos, video conferencing as a nice to have service, but not a primary service. But you can look at their website and they'll discuss how with 25/3, you're able to get onto these calls and to do this type of work. And then, so we did talk to the other fixed wireless companies. There are others out of Denver. MHO is one of them. Asked them if they had plans to come into the area. And at the time they said they did not. And they were actually pulling out of the mountain area and concentrating more in Denver, where they had additional customers that were waiting. So if we could go to the tower height design and the radio configuration. We selected Roam as our tower manufacturer. They're one of the largest manufacturers in the world. They produce not only lattice towers, which is the design that we selected, but also the monopole towers, which are the ones that Fred referred to as being more stealth-like in nature. Monopole towers are more expensive, so and they're much larger. They cause a bigger disruption in terms of soil that needs to be moved and equipment that needs to be placed to get them installed. So we opted to just stick with the lattice towers, thinking that they would be the least intrusive. We do have sealed drawings with an engineering stamp, and we did choose the self-supporting design for a couple of reasons. One, it's a little bit smaller in nature, but also a couple of the homeowners expressed a desire to not have guide wires, those wires that anchor the tower to the ground to keep it from swaying. So we respected that, and we designed the towers to meet the needs. So why are they necessary? So they're necessary really for two reasons. We went over the RF frequency necessity in order to get coverage. But there's also a necessity to use them for backhaul. So especially the two towers that are located in Echo Hills, their height and their location were also selected because in the case of Sinton Road, they were viewable from King Murphy, which is our primary hub site. And they were also, it was also able to see the second tower on Echo Hills. So the one on Valley View Lane. So all these considerations are kind of interdependent. So we're always trying to balance them against each other and making sure that we're reaching the right equilibrium when it comes to the height, location, and the service that's being provided by each one of these towers. If you look at the towers, you know, the home serve for Sinton Road, there'll be two 90-degree radios with sectors. And then in the case of Valley View, we'll have 4 radios on that particular tower because it'll be looking not only at the north-facing homes on Echo Hills, but it'll also be looking to serve those homes in the Old Squaw Pass area. The one on Valley View is also designed to add a 5th radio should we need it because of the number of subscribers and the speeds that would need to be increased in order to serve those homes. So if we go to the next slide, slide 12, I believe. Here we have like a drawing, you know, a line drawing of the 3 towers and kind of how they're represented. Obviously, they're not to scale because the Yankee Creek Tower is much taller than the other 2 towers. But it gives you a representation of kind of how the towers are designed. They kind of have these triangles of galvanized steel that are in 10-foot sections. The 10-foot sections are bolted and secured together. And then as you go up, they taper to a point where they get consistent at about 50, a little bit less than 50 feet. And then you have a straight line that goes all the way up. You know, to support the towers, they're put in, there's anchors at the base that's in a concrete foundation. The concrete foundation is also epoxy to the ground in order to make it so that there's no sway. So the real consideration beyond the service performance for the towers when it comes to structural engineering is what are the wind speeds that the towers would be able to take, and they're rated up to 175 miles an hour for each of these towers. And based upon the surface area of the number of antennas that you're planning to put onto the towers, and to some to some degree, the weight of the radios that are going to be placed on the towers. So weight is important, but it's not as important as surface area because surface area is really where you get the wind speeds affecting the towers themselves. So those are the elevations drawings of the towers as we're proposing. If we could go to the next slide, please. This was requested both by the county commissioners and by the planning commission to give us some sense. And again, we did some of this when we went on our tour of the facilities. But this is a representation showing the tower and with antennas on it, the 90-degree sectored antennas that we discussed in the prior slides. And we tried to stay at about a little bit above the tree line. Not so much above the tree line that it would be as prominent as a ridgeline tower, but enough that we could see the other towers and enough so that it could see down and see the homes that it's designed to serve. It would be ideal if there was no tower at all, but in the world that we live in, given the technology constraints that we were trying to operate under, we decided that this was the best alternative and thought that we could design it in a way that, given time, it would be something that would be fairly innocuous. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that actually, depending on your vantage point, if you're driving east on Sinton Road, you can't actually see the tower because it's actually going down the hill and behind the aspen trees and another small grove of lodgepole pines. So I do understand neighbors' angst, but again, we did try to do everything we could to mitigate against any kind of visual impacts. And then if we go to the next slide, you'll see a photograph depicting a tower, photoshopped into and amongst the trees, looking driving west on Sinton Road. Here we have shown what it would look like if we place a sticker, essentially one of those vinyl coatings, over the surface of the tower, so it would blend in terms of color with the trees to the greatest extent possible. And we will also be painting the structure itself so it is represented similar to the colors of the bark of the evergreens that are surrounding it. If we go to the next slide, this is a distant view looking at the Valley View Lane Tower. As you may recall, during our site visit, Valley View Lane actually kind of sits down over the crest of a hill and is very difficult to see from adjoining properties because of its proximity to the road and because the fact that it's really kind of down the hill on the property itself. But we did want to show you that we tried to blend it in with the background of the trees. So believe it or not, if you look to the slide on the right with the circle, we did actually try to place in a little toothpick that is representative of the tower itself, but it doesn't protrude enough to really be distinguishable as you would see in a ridgeline tower or a tower that was really being placed on top of the ridge itself. So again, we're trying to look at it from points of view and trying to make sure that it's as much as practical is blending in with the surrounding foliage and the surrounding trees. And then if we go to the next slide, this shows on the property itself where the tower is located. Where we stopped was basically at the very bottom right-hand corner of that driveway. And then if you go down the hill, you'll go down behind those trees, and that's where the Echo Hill tower will be placed. So from the street itself, it's very hard to see it. If you looked from a distant view, you could see it against the trees, but you'd have to look pretty hard, as we showed in the previous slide. And my guess is, though, at some point, you'll probably have somebody say, well, no, I can see it. And they're going to look from 103 and say, well, I think I see it right there. And again, we tried to give as many views as we could. It was hard to get on personal property to get every view. So we tried to give everybody as much of a representation as we possibly could. If we go to the next slide, and we saw this when we went on our tour, it is very difficult to see these towers because the Brookvale Tower actually is in the middle of, pretty close to being in the middle of a large piece of property, about 330 acres. It is away from Yankee Creek a good distance. Its backdrop is, like the other towers, other trees, in this case, primarily ponderosa trees. There is a power line that goes in near a logging road that IREA maintains. So there is proximity to a power line, but again, it is not close to the road, nor is it close to neighbors. And if you go to the neighborhood, if you go down to the next slide, we were able to go onto some private property kind of across the street off Yankee Creek on the Bear Meadow Trail and take some photographs looking back to the south. You'll see that the tower is kind of placed in the middle of the property, again, not on the ridge line, but in a place where it can still sufficiently see homes in the valley looking up Yankee Creek and then looking down Upper Bear Creek into the Bendermere area. But not so much that even from a property that would probably have the most interrupted point of view, it still blends in with the tree line behind it. As a point of reference, if you look off to the left to a kind of a white spot, it looks like that's a snow covered area. That's actually Chateau 5, the large mobile marble structure, the home that was built up there several years ago in Jefferson County. But you know, it's dwarfed by all the things that are surrounding it. The tower is. So we did try to be discreet and use it in a way that met our technical needs, but also met the visual impacts that we were looking to achieve. If we go to the next slide, it shows the colors of the structures that we would be painting them. And this is actually the color in the field. And so we went to some painting experts and asked them to give us a couple of choices. And then we went back to the property owners and said, which ones did they like? And then we painted up a pole and put it in their yard and said, okay, does it look like the trees or not in terms of its base? And while this is a little bit wider of a pole than what we would be using, it's representative, we think, of, you know, that the base itself does look like it kind of blends in with the background surrounding it. If we go to the next slide, this slide shows the face and how we would take a photograph of the front of the antenna and place, you know, make it look like pine needles or whatever, you know, the property owners and others decide. We'll go with whatever they want, but we're trying to make it so that it's just not a white, you know, pizza box kind of hanging up above you. And then if you look at the right, and when I came to the tour, I brought a cardboard cutout and we saw at King Murphy the size of the antennas. That gives you the size of the antennas, the dimensions, and the fact that we would be putting a vinyl covering over the front surface. If we go to the next slide, slide 22. This is the beginning of the discussion of home values. In the following 3 slides, I want to talk to you about a number of studies that were conducted. And then I believe later there'll be, one of the documents that was submitted into the record was the petition that was circulated by the Metropolitan Metro Association of Realtors, not by us, and that there has been a great deal of conversation about how does this affect property values, both positively and negatively. So if we go and talk about, and the fact that, you know, some buyers, and there's both anecdotal as well as some quantifiable information that buyers will not be looking to buy homes if there is not broadband service available. And this is also true where I understand that the listings of homes is going to ask for a disclosure of whether or not broadband service is available to the home. So on the next slide, slide 23, here's a listing of studies that we were able to find. In the first cases, these were studies done by T-Mobile in areas that were mostly urban, not really apples to apples when it comes to a rural setting or an area that is with the densities that we have. But there they were actually looking at much larger cell towers. Some were stealth, some were not. They looked in 4 urban areas. They looked at Raleigh, North Carolina, Dallas, Phoenix, and the 4th one escapes me. But anyway, in these studies, they went through and really did a longitudinal study of the impact of home values in proximity to their cell towers. And they measured them in concentric rings beginning at 1/4 mile going out to a 1 mile radius. And they saw that in some cases, particularly in the Phoenix area where there were not a lot of surrounding trees, that there was a slight decrease potentially in property values that were the closest at about 1%. In a number of cases, they couldn't find any property value changes whatsoever. And these towers were much larger and taller than the ones that we're proposing. They were approximately 108 to 275 feet in height. And they were all monopoles, the type that we talked about earlier. So they were much larger, but again, even given that, they still couldn't find a big difference in terms of the impacts. So we cited all of those and some key findings from each of those studies. And then we looked at the other side of the coin. If we go to the next slide, does broadband have a positive impact on homes? And the conclusion, and there's a number of studies both domestically and internationally, is yes, that it does, particularly because the most obvious reason is that the number of buyers, the number of potential buyers goes up. You know, you have people that want to have broadband service because they want to be able to remote work from home. They want to be able to homeschool potentially. And in the age of COVID, it became more of a necessity, but even before COVID and after COVID, there is a need for broadband service for a host of industries that would like to reach individuals in their home. And so a number of realtors signed a petition, and you saw that in the record, that it is a must-have when it comes to a utility in the home. And it truly is viewed as a utility. So if we could go to the next slide, you know, you'll see these are all quotes from different realtors of things that they'd submitted. And these are from individuals that have been in the neighborhoods for a number of years. So, you know, we kind of take them at their word. Again, I stated earlier that we are not real estate professionals. We're trying to just build a network. But we have heard from a number of professionals that do say that it is a must-have as a primary utility for these homes. If we could go to the next slide in terms of the alignment with the master plan. So there's a number of places in the master plan where they're talking about housing issues. And as all of us know, it is expensive and difficult to live in Clear Creek County for a number of the industries that are looking for workforce housing and professionals that want to live up here. So the impacts on housing are not just for those individuals that are fortunate enough to be able to commute and work down to Denver, but a number of individuals are looking for second jobs or day jobs or some ability to supplement their income. And so you need to be able to have a sustainable population that can work in a sustainable housing environment. And part of that is both sustainable housing, it's also workforce housing, and it also preserves neighborhoods. It makes it so we're not displacing people and just making it difficult for people to live in our areas. We also believe that it has a very positive impact in terms of climate change. In the early shutdown days of COVID, there were a number of releases from the EPA and others about how telecommuting is having a positive impact on the environment, and being able to work from home, even though it may not be as much as the shutdown period, is a valuable environmental positive that is a result of being able to work from home and to be educated from home. And then the other impacts is that, you know, it has a less of an impact in terms of the county roads, which is an ongoing operating issue when it comes to the county and for all of us. And it also helps sustain schools, because now you can have enrollment of individuals at a school, and they can do some remote learning, distant learning, be able to take classes like AP classes that are beyond what maybe is being taught by the faculty at the middle school and the high school, or even at King Murphy or Carlson, or not Carlson so much, but at King Murphy, and be able to say, you know what, we can give you accelerated classes for your students because of their unique needs. And we believe that it also, at the end of the day, is a quality of life issue, that your quality of life, not having to commute, not being forced to go to another location for work or for education or even to the doctor's office, enhances your quality of life. If we go down to slide 27, here I'm not going to go through each one of these, but we went specifically through the various chapters within the master plan and how we are in compliance with and really endorse the goals of the master plan. So if we go to slide 28, we believe that the need is immediate and it's clear, and the reason why we're asking for the zoning changes, that this service is in an area of the county that has been underserved for forever and does not have the chance really to be getting service from the incumbent carriers. And I know that some people have said, well, satellites are coming, low Earth orbit satellites are coming, other people will be doing this. And in the best case, I mean, even though they're doing some testing now for SpaceLink, they're not going to be fully commercially operational in 2026. And that's from their press releases, not from anybody else's. So that's 5 years from now. It's a lifetime for a number of us. So we think that this is the best alternative given the near term and given the state of the technology that's available today. We think that this will affect home values in a positive way, which helps the tax base for the county. And with that, we respectfully submit our application for these zoning changes, and we do appreciate your time and welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Andrade. At this point, I think I want to ask staff if they have anything else to add.
No, I don't think so. I don't have anything else to add.
May I say just one more thing? Sorry.
Go ahead.
There were some questions or concerns about health, and we did provide staff in the county the certifications by Cambium and the radiation admission standards, both the Federal Communications Commission as well as Cambium, to show that we're in full compliance and well below any radiation concerns from the transmit power coming out of the radios.
Okay, thank you for that. So at this point, Randy, Sean, this is any questions we have for staff or the applicant?
I have a question. First off, thanks, Stefan, for that presentation. You obviously put a lot of thought into it. I think it's very complete. And also same comment for staff. I think about things in terms of risks, and one of the things that you've talked about, Stefan, is a modeling tool that the vendor has provided. To what degree has there been additional data points taken? And I don't know if it would make sense. I think someone made a comment about school buses being hotspots, but is there a way to do some actual field testing to verify that this design is bomb-proof and it's actually going to work as advertised? Or do they have enough experience where that is not even a reasonable request? Can you just comment a little bit on kind of how you can connect the dots from a software tool to something in the field that's actually going to solve this problem for sure?
Sure. So a couple things, and it's a really good question. So obviously the best way to test it is to actually go out and test it, right? I mean, to actually go out into the field and test the signal strength and whether or not you're getting what the models all predict that you're getting. So we actually have a thing that we call an AP on a stick, and we do go around and see from King Murphy whether or not a home or a property or a garage will get a signal as predicted by the model. So we're trying to test the model to see if the prediction is in fact being validated. There has been a number, over the years, there's been a number of drive studies, one done by the University of Colorado back in 2001, about 20 years ago, where they went through and tested at a different frequency where there were spots where if you put a tower on, and they looked at Snyder Mountain, not at Echo Hill, so it was a different vantage point. But and this was looked at both for cellular coverage as well as safety. So they were looking at fire frequencies and sheriff's radios and that sort of thing. Anyway, the long and the short of it is that there are a number of spots in these valleys that you cannot reach with just a single tower trying to emit a signal over all areas. You have to really kind of think about the topography and the fact that rock is just not a very good material to put a radio frequency through. So they did do that work. We looked at that, boy, from the very beginning. That was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. But then there's other tools, both that Google provides and that are in the public domain, that you just use to kind of verify if you're getting this reading from Cambium, are all the assumptions reasonable enough to think that they're going to, in fact, work. And then I think that the last thing that really validates the models are not only the AP on a stick, but also the service that's being provided to the, the handful of people that are currently receiving service, and the fact that they are receiving plan speeds or greater, given what the model has predicted. So the model may have predicted a negative 66 dB. We went to the house, it's actually getting us a negative 64 dB, and they're getting a little bit better signal strength, and everything is looking as though it's being validated by just being out and putting up one house after another. I don't know if you want me to comment about, mobile hotspots and that sort of thing, if that was the second question.
No, I think that's good stuff. And I'm cognizant of the fact that we've already used up 1 hour and 15 minutes. We want to leave time for a robust public comment. So I think that's, and I've had asked a lot of questions in the past. So I think for now, I'll let Randy or George take over.
Okay, thank you.
Randy, you have any questions?
I guess one of them was that in looking at the pictures of the towers again, and I presume they are not exactly to scale, because otherwise at 135 feet they look quite large. What are the cross section diameters of those towers, both at the skinniest portion at the top and the bottom? Just briefly, just really roughly, in whatever dimensions you want to give them in.
Sure. At the top, they're about 18 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom, the Brookvale site, which is the largest site, it's close to about 3.5 feet. And the two others are closer to 2.5 feet, almost 3 feet, actually.
Okay, that's what I thought, because when I looked at those, if you looked at those in the context, the cross sections that you showed in context, they appeared to be much wider than that relative to the height of the towers and their proposed height. So I just wanted to make sure I had a clear picture of what size they were out there. So
yeah, they're kind of skinny, but they do have a base to them, so you don't want them to sway too much. Wind,
okay, I don't have any other questions right now. I'd had some thoughts about some stuff, but George, if you want to go ahead, I'd like to just continue to listen to what your questions are.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. And just for the benefit of the public, I want to remind everybody that this is our second hearing on this. And we spent about an hour asking a lot of questions about a lot of things last time. So one thing that I came up as I was digging through the packet, it was stated, I think this was in a public comment that was submitted to us, that this tower, if approved, can increase by up to 20 feet without any additional need for approval. Fred, maybe you're the best one to answer this question. Is that true? Are we approving a 65-foot tower, or are we approving a 65 to 85-foot tower?
So I'm not entirely sure. I'm not exactly sure where the 20 feet comes from. My understanding, and the way we administrate review of expansion of existing towers along the I-70 corridor is if, and this goes back to the federal acts that limit what local communities can prohibit and not prohibit for communications towers. But my understanding is that the square footage or the height can increase by no more than 10% of whatever the tower is. And that is something that is that is something that as a local community we have to approve quickly, as required by federal rules. So if that 20 feet equates to 10% of the height of the tower, I think that's what they're referring to.
Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, I remember it was 20 feet or 10%. And you said that we have to approve them quickly. Is it that we have to review and decide quickly, or are we obligated to approve them?
So there is a shot clock for those, and sorry about that. I should have the statute up in front of me, but I believe there's two things. Number one, there's a shot clock, so we have to approve them, including any building permits that are involved. We have to approve them within a certain amount of time, so I think we could. I don't know if we could hold a hearing or not, but my understanding is they cannot be denied. In other words, we have to approve them. So any permits that are related, we have to get them through within a certain amount of time for that 10% increase of the tower, of the existing tower or facility.
Okay, and there's not any opportunity for us to do something like ask for a condition of this zoning approval that these towers will not be increased in height. Maybe that's a people.
Oh, well, that to me, that's a legal question. I don't believe that we can prohibit an expansion of any tower. I think Peter, you're on mute.
Peter, you're muted.
Sorry. Again, under the Telecommunications Act, it is true that you can increase a tower height, for example, without going back for zoning. But I do think that you can, were you to approve this in the resolution, you can condition that it is specific to the current zoning approval, and that the applicant would be expected to come back to the commission before it increased the tower height or added additional appurtenances to the tower. The fact is that the Telecommunications Act does allow for that. You may have read some of the comments or even some of the documents submitted by members of the public that refer to that. That is actually true. But I do think you have the authority to limit this and condition this. That would allow for the fact that if indeed it was increased, the tower height was increased, and the applicant did do that without consent, that we could ask that to be brought before the commission and addressed. I will tell you, once this zoning variance is approved, it's hard to limit that, but it would still put the onus on the applicant to come back. I do think it's valuable to find out from the applicant whether they have any intentions to do that at this point and get that on the record as well.
That's what I was going to ask. Can you comment on that, Stefan?
Yes, we have no intentions of adding to the height of these towers. We're finding that it's just not really necessary given the performance of the network to date. We're pretty confident that this is the maximum height. And if you put a restriction or a limitation and asked us to come back for the second approval, we'd have no problem with that whatsoever.
I have
Voluntarily.
Yeah, what I was going to, that brings up two questions, I think, and one is the legal side of that. First of all, let me preface this by saying that I completely trust both parts of your answer, Stefan, that you have no intention of building it higher, and that you totally believe it will not need to be higher, and that you would be willing to come back. My question is more for, on the one hand, the latter hand is for Peter, which is, you say that although the federal government allows them to extend the height and we can't prevent them from doing that, we could require them to come back and address that with us. And I'm not sure what that is. Would addressing it be no more than window dressing at that point, really, when it came down to their legal rights? In other words, does having them come back and address it with us actually give us any authority to say no, as an example? That's question number one.
So if indeed we put that as a condition in the resolution, in the approval, that they would come back, were they to add any appurtenances or increase the height of the towers. If indeed they came back but said we're doing it anyway because the Telecommunications Act allows us to do that, you can change the zoning and take it away. And that's where although it's extremely rare, and I'm not suggesting that it wouldn't open us up to some sort of action on the part of the applicant at that point, the truth is you could change the zoning and zone it out. I think from a practical standpoint, that's not something you would ever do. But I do think it's reasonable to place that condition on the applicant.
And I think the second part of that question then is for me is this more of a technical one, the sequence under which that would happen, which would be whether a tower can be extended in height once in place, because when it was put up, it was found that its performance was insufficient in the analysis and didn't meet spec. And that's where I'm saying I totally believe that everyone expects it to, best laid plans, that, and if a technical analysis showed the deficiency was due to the fact that it actually needed more height, that's to me where the question might arise. It seems to me like they have engineering and they're ready to go with the towers as they've spec, and we'll see the towers put up at the heights that they're telling us. It's that other question I'm asking is what happens under those unintended consequences and where we end up. And I think I just asked a question to which there is no answer until you put the towers up.
But at the same time, I do want to say, if you condition that the applicant comes back, I think they have an obligation to do that. And then frankly, if you were to not approve an increase in the height, that would be something we'd have to deal with at the time. But I think realistically, considering the concerns of the community, some of the concerns of the community where others are certainly not concerned about it, in terms of the neighbors' concerns, it's absolutely something that we can make a condition of that. And we would deal with it as it came.
I think that was.
Yeah, me too. So that is the balance of my questions. I know, I feel like I developed a pretty good understanding of this in our first hearing.
Mm-hmm. Same.
The only thing I would ask is that it looks like there were a number of questions in the chat. I'm sure that Fred has been monitoring them. I'm not sure if he's been seeing them on Facebook as well. I don't know if staff wants to respond to any of those initially before public comment, thereby avoiding necessarily repetitive discussions from public comment. So I just throw it to the chair to see whether or not staff does want to add anything at this time, not to put staff on the, on the hot seat.
If staff does, I welcome that. I see one right at the bottom here that directly relates, which is, can the applicant explain why an extension would become necessary? Is that because of tree growth or something else? And I didn't hear the applicant say that they think it might become necessary, but
We have no reason to believe there's any reason for an extension unless there is some requirement by the county to impose us to put up additional dishes on behalf of the county. But, it's nothing that's required in our network. I mean, if there's a tree issue, usually what you do is you just top the trees. You just go up and get a bucket and take off, just like they do for power lines. You take off the extra, couple of 5 feet, and takes another 20 years for the tree to grow. You don't chop down all the trees, nor do you build another tower just because of that issue.
okay. Does staff see any other questions in here that they want to answer?
No, I went through all of them. It looks like most of the comments are actually statements or comments about how they feel about the particular request. The other question that I see is whether a copy of the recording of this meeting will be available, and I believe so, yes. It will, in other words, a copy of the recording will be available after this meeting.
Absolutely, that and the backup and the comments will all be incorporated into the record. Thanks to Beth.
There's one thing that's got commented on a couple times that I wanted to highlight and maybe get the applicant to comment on, and that is kind of this idea that it's not the right time to do this since emerging technologies like satellites are around the corner. And my understanding, well, I think it's two reasons why that argument isn't super persuasive to me personally. One of them is I believe this solution we're discussing today comes in at a more affordable price. And then the second one is there's a lot of potential uncertainty around the timing of the solution. And I think if this was truly a layup and there was going to be satellites within a matter of months, I don't understand why the state would still be funding solutions like this. But I don't know, Stefan, if you had any comments along those lines too.
Sure. And it's not just our state, it's every state. And it's also the federal government is still funding terrestrial build outs of broadband, whether they be fiber to the home, fixed wireless, whatever it is. So there's a number of different factors in that issue. Some of it speaks to the fact that there is, you mentioned risk earlier, Commissioner Wood, there is a number of risks associated with low Earth orbit satellites. There's just the sheer volume of satellites that are being placed into these networks is extraordinary. It's an extraordinary technological feat. The amount of ground stations that they need to support the transmission of signals, because it does need to get into a terrestrial network in order to actually serve anybody, it just can't be talking to itself, is extraordinary. It's a very large number and a lot of technological challenges to manage that traffic. But I think at the core, at the end of the day, if people have choice, that's usually a good thing. If they can choose us versus a satellite carrier, that gives them a competitive advantage as a consumer. We have no problem with that. And if there is a competitive, service offering that compete in terms of price and speed and service, so be it. I mean, that's welcome. I think that's good on everybody's behalf. And there will be places within Clear Creek County, we don't think in our service area, but there will be places in Clear Creek County that don't have any hope of having coverage, by another carrier. And hallelujah that there's a solution for those individuals. But these networks are really designed by billionaires to try to capture a market, but they're not going to, and Elon Musk commented on this Sunday in a podcast, and they're not putting anybody out of business. They're not putting Comcast or Verizon or anybody out of business because of these networks. They're trying to capture people that are very, very hard to serve and don't have an alternative. And so we think if we offer an alternative that is price competitive and is service competitive, that we'll be fine. And if our residents have a choice, we think that that's a good thing for the county. We think that's a good thing for everybody, honestly.
I'd like to comment that I think more of these should be more for deliberation maybe, but as long as we're on this subject, we're through a few county commissioner terms, including preceding me by ways, where we've been talking about actually this very same thing, which is how quickly is a larger scale technology going to beam to us from the sky? And the answer is, of course, that's going to happen. The question is how soon it's going to happen. And I just can't help but think back to the 80s when I built an entertainment center and told my wife we needed no room in it because within 2 to 3 years, we'd be bringing all of our music in over the cable anyway. And I was half right. Eventually we were going to bring it in by cable or wirelessly. It was just a couple of decades later that it happened. And I think the fact that we've had this so long, combined with just with regard to this one specific argument, I think it's absolutely a risk. But it's also something that's out in the future that's really an unknown in terms of its effectiveness and how soon it'll actually happen. And what we have right now is a desperate need of people to deal with something. And we've seen a lot of trends come as a result of COVID. And I know we have thought that those are like a glimpse of what the future is going to look like in turn, that it's only brought for now. I think, in fact, what's happened is the necessity that's been brought on by COVID has brought a lot of things to stay, both in terms of recreation, both in terms of technology, and in the ways that we work. We're not going to go back after experiencing these things. We're not going to go back and start riding horses around. It's not happening. And so I think we have to deal with our current need with the best technology we have. on a subject with regard to this one particular topic. I don't think we can be dissuaded by the promise of another technology being here in 6 months.
Okay, and I agree. I think it's time for us to do public comment. So just a couple of guidelines for public comment. We're going to try to limit comment to 3 minutes. That doesn't mean that your microphone is going to be muted at exactly 3 minutes, but I'd like to ask you to stick close to that. If you have submitted a comment in writing, I assure you it has been read. And so you don't need to reiterate yourself. You also don't need to repeat arguments or points that came before you. And so that said, I am going to open it up. If anybody wishes to make public comment, please raise your hand in the attendee section, and you'll be brought over one at a time to make that comment. And just lastly, for those viewing on Facebook, I don't believe that written comments on Facebook are part of the public record. Perhaps someone, Beth or someone, can put the Zoom link into the Facebook chat lines so that people can access this meeting and make public comment in the official forum.
And I would just add, if people want to continue to make comments, we see those too, if you would prefer to make your public comment in that way.
Great point, Sean. We are reading these comments that are coming through the chat, and I believe that they can be seen by others.
And Commissioner Marlin, I just crossed over Andrew Campanelli. So he should be up on your screen as the first person for public comment.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. My name is Andrew Campanelli. I'm an attorney. I handle cell tower and telecommunications cases across the entire United States. Been doing it for about 28 years. I'm going to ask the board to indulge me just slightly. Under federal law, I'm required to proffer substantial evidence before the board to respond to the discussion. So I know you've got a 3-minute rule, but I'm going to ask you for a whopping 7 minutes, if you don't mind. First, I want to answer a question that was posed by Mr. Rolandhagen, Mr. Marlin, as to any potential increased height of the tower. I would say the odds of these 3 towers getting a height increase are probably about 80%. It's going to be 20 feet, and here's how it works. I heard Mr. Rolandhagen say that his understanding of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act requires or permits an increase in the height of the tower by 10%. That is partially correct. It's 10% plus the height of an additional antenna, which for a facility this type is 3 feet, plus a 10-foot separation between the top antenna as it would currently exist and the new antenna, which is why they'll actually be able to go up 20 feet under the Federal Telecommunications Act. And no, if you put a condition in your approval to somehow restrict that, that is preempted by federal law. Now, why would it go up 20 feet? It has nothing to do with growing trees. What happens across the United States in situations like this is once these lattice towers go up, the company, Clear Creek, will get approached by AT&T or Verizon, who says, listen, we want to put 5G transmitters on top of your towers. It's very simple. We're going to come in, we're going to pay for the work to increase the height of your tower by 20 feet, and we're going to put our 5G transmitters on, and we'll pay you $4,500 per month per tower going forward forever. So Clear Creek will get a windfall of $13,500 going forward to allow a carrier like an AT&T or a Sprint or a Verizon to increase the height of each of these 3 towers by an additional 20 feet. It's happening all across the country. If you think it's not going to happen, I would say the odds of it happening here in your county is probably 80%. Now, by the way, I'm only here to address application number 002, which pertains to 1372 Sinton Road. With regard to the visual impact photographs that the applicant submitted, I respectfully submit to you that they are inherently defective. Any applicant should know it. Here's why. The whole purpose for which they're supposed to give you these photographs is to give the board an accurate understanding of the adverse aesthetic impact that this proposed facility is going to inflict upon the closest homes. To enable the board to assess the adverse aesthetic impact, federal courts have ruled that what they're supposed to do is give you photographs taken from the actual perspective of the closest home. In this case, the closest home is 45 Lodgepole Drive. This applicant has not given you any photographs taken from that property. And as I cited a case in my brief, I'm not going to go over it again, the OmniPoint case, federal judges have said when an applicant does that, you're supposed to discount it as defective because they're not giving you an accurate photograph. The fact is, even at 65 feet, much less 85 feet, this proposed facility is going to have a dramatic adverse impact on the nearby homes, and it's going to dramatically reduce the property values. Now, of greater import, this applicant has failed to give you hard data. Look, everyone wants broadband. I'm not saying you have overwhelming or seamless coverage, but you have smart planning provisions. Since 1996, smart local governments have enacted smart planning provisions. You have them. They're designed to achieve three objectives simultaneously. First, you want a company to give all your residents broadband. I have no problem with that. But at the same time, number two, you want to minimize the number of towers you need to provide that coverage. And number three, you want to avoid to the greatest extent possible any unnecessary adverse impacts on homes or residential communities. Because you don't want unnecessary towers, what local governments require is actual hard data, not computer modeling. Even as of August of this past year, the FCC says we're not taking computer modeling anymore. The state of California said the same thing. It is critical for you to ask this applicant to give you hard data in a drive test, because then and only then will you be placed in a position to understand if this is going to satisfy your broadband needs. Because if it's not, once these towers are built, you're going to need more towers. So from California to New York, local governments are saying we're not falling for propagation modeling anymore, because companies are in the business of making money. They look for the cheapest location to put these as opposed to the least intrusive. Your county has plenty of open areas, plenty of spaces where you could put a cell tower or a communications tower. Well, nobody will see it, and you might even have better coverage. But you're not in a position to make that determination because they haven't given you any hard data at all. None. The FCC doesn't accept propagation modeling anymore. The state of California doesn't anymore, nor should you. So I respectfully submit, at least with regard to 002, this board should deny the application unless and until they give you drive test data to show you that if this tower goes there, it's actually going to remedy your broadband problem. So those are the main issues I wanted to address. As far as citing a study from a wireless carrier that close proximity of a cell tower actually increases the value of homes, I respectfully submit that's absurd. It's ridiculous. Yes, one of your members or your staff said, well, you can find evidence to submit to support whatever argument you want to admit you want to make on the internet. You can look for it. But ask yourself this as homeowners. If you could buy a home, one of which has a cell tower looming over it and one that doesn't, which would you prefer? It's common sense. And especially if this tower is going to go up even higher. So look, bottom line is this. You have smart planning provisions. The intent of those provisions is made crystal clear in your code. Section 15 talks about preserving property values. There is no question that if the tower proposed on 002 goes up, it's going to reduce the value of the nearby homes. Go look at the site for yourself. And it's clear that would not only violate the terms of your code, it'll inflict upon the nearby homes the precise types of adverse impacts you enacted your change of use permit requirement to prevent. So I respectfully submit, based upon the evidence submitted, this application for this one tower should be denied. But you should also consider the fact that these towers are going to increase in height by an additional 20 feet, especially with the 5G rollout going on. I deal with this every day, all day long across the entire country. And they may not want to do it right now, but I assure you, if AT&T comes to them and says, we'll pay you $14,000 a month starting tomorrow, what do you think this applicant's going to say? I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
I have a quick follow-on question for Peter. Sorry, George. If that actually plays out as Mr. Campanelli described, wouldn't we have the ability to have a robust public process about whether we wanted additional telecommunications services to happen? Or is that something that we would be implicitly approving right now?
No, I don't. Well, I appreciate what Mr. Campanelli has stated, and I don't want to use this forum to engage in any type of debate with him over that. I will say that for any type of variance or change in zoning that we're going to allow in the future, it would require a public hearing and a vigorous debate, much as what we're seeing here. I believe, frankly, that a lot of what was just said by Mr. Campanelli is is also memorialized in his opposition memorandum in opposition. And I think many of the comments are certainly well taken and considered. What the board has to decide, of course, is whether or not there's competent evidence here to make a decision one way or the other on what you believe. And again, much of it is argument in terms of a perception, certainly something that he's entitled to.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Mr. Campanelli. Just another couple of things that I forgot to mention. If you would please state where you live and your name, that would be excellent. And then I know I intend to hold questions until the end, and I want to ask my colleagues to do the same. So that said, I see that Gail Sharp is up next. Gail, could you please, obviously I just stated your name, could you state where you live?
Hi, I am Gail Sharp. I am the owner of Tallgrass Spa on Upper Bear Creek Road. And we have been without internet for 25 years, or without broadband, high-speed internet. We get approximately 1.5 up and 1.5 down to operate 15 computers and to help employ my 50 employees. We are in desperate need of high-speed internet, and Clear Creek Broadband has started the process of getting that to us already. And so far it's working really well, but we need those towers. That's all my comment. I'll keep it short, but it is desperately needed by our company to remain viable. Right now with COVID, we're hanging on by our fingernails, and lack of broadband is just making it worse. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp, for your comment.
Let's see,
I see a number of other hands up, so.
There comes one right now.
Okay, while they're coming in, I might just ask of staff, if questions are posed, maybe this will be some time for you to write them down and be prepared to answer at the end. I see Michael Raber is up.
Maybe not.
You need to unmute me.
There you go.
We can hear you,
Can you-
Mr. Raber.
Okay, I'm Michael Raber from Echo Hills, and I want to make just two quick comments. And I'm a retired telecommunications consultant, and I participated as a volunteer on broadband initiatives in the county going back several years. Two quick points I want to make is these three towers, while they may be considered separately on zoning, in order for the telecommunications network to work, you got to have all three. They're not standalone transmitters. They have to work together. So from a zoning standpoint, yes, it makes sense to consider them separately. The second thing is that I'd be thrilled to have a 5G broadband tower as well as one of these towers on my property, because broadband and communications is the lifeblood of all communities, and particularly ours in Echo Hills. I can tell you that the location of Mark's Tower on Senton Road, or proposed tower, is line of sight down to King Murphy. I mean, you don't need a lot of testing to see that that's the most logical place to put it, and for access for any kind of ongoing maintenance, tweaking, whatnot. It's just logical. And the interesting thing is that usually Mark can't even get on these calls because we don't have enough bandwidth to do Zoom calling. And that's why he's usually not on these. I'm barely on these. So I'm totally in favor of this. And as far as even having these skinny little tower antennas sticking up above the tree line, I don't have a problem with that. We've got telephone poles all over the place up here. And on top of Squaw Mountain, we have all sorts of transmitter poles up there. So poles are reality of the world we live in today, and they will be for the duration of most of the time that the rest of us up here are going to be residents of Echo Hills. So just wanted to conclude with those comments.
Thank you, Mr. Raber.
Did you just say you didn't like it there? Or?
And I do hear Michael Raber, if you could go ahead and mute your microphone, and then Beth, we might just want to start moving people back over to the attendee portion. I see next up is Andrew Lear. Andrew, please state where you live and make your comment.
I'm asking him to unmute, but I can bring somebody else over. Hold on. We also have a gentleman named Keith who's coming over. So
Okay, we can move to Keith while Andrew figures out his technical challenges here. Keith, please unmute, state your name and where you live.
Are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
hello. Can you hear me?
I can. Seeing as how you're both unmuted at the same time,
All
Keith,
right.
if you wait for just a moment,
Sure.
Mr. Lear, please proceed.
No problem.
you want to start with Andrew Lear?
Yeah, Andrew, it looks like you're unmuted and I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, commissioners, for taking time. I have a home at 30 Juniper Lane, which is right at the bottom of Witter Gulch. It's a second home. We live in Missouri, but we hope to live full-time in Evergreen as our daughter has opened a business there. And our internet is untenable. And for us there at the current, we have satellite is all we have. And it's, as I say, it's untenable. It's a problem in terms of safety because our security system, our cameras, our text alerts do not work when our internet is out or unstable. And my wife does have a business that she runs from home. It's an interpreting business. So she has to schedule interpreters to go to hospital settings, et cetera. And that business is run primarily by text and email. And so again, her business does not really work when we're there. There aren't really any workarounds that we've found. And we don't have cell service without internet. We have to use Wi-Fi calling. So it's really a problem for us to actually make the move to where we'd like to be. So I'm very much in support of this. And I'll just say personal note, I am a elected official, a city councilor in the town that I live in, Missouri, and I appreciate how difficult zoning cases are. And so I appreciate your due diligence and your efforts in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lear. Keith, if you could state your name and where you live and make your comment.
Hello, my name is Keith Fuentes. I live at 179 Ranch Trail in Evergreen. I'm talking to case RZ 2020-004, the at 280 Yankee Creek Road. The only comment I wanted to make was somebody brought up the future of satellite. I work for Samsung. We have a lot of experience with satellite companies. I can tell you if you're pinning your hopes to a satellite that's 23,000 miles away from your home in comparison to a responder like Clear Creek Broadband that's 3 miles from your home, you will see a difference. And so I would only want to add to the review for the panelists and the commissioners that this Clear Creek Broadband is the best solution you will have probably for many, many years to come. And even Starlink will not be the answer when it comes out if you just look at the geometry and the math of what they're going to try to accomplish versus what this can do in the next 60 days. So I'm in favor. I live in the neighborhood, and I just wanted to state that in case anyone hadn't thought of it. Satellite is a little ways away, and we use this at Samsung globally, so we have a lot of experience with it. And this option with Clear Creek is much more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Fuentes. I do see an additional hand up, 2 additional hands up, and I don't know, I see one of them is the applicant. I don't know if the applicant intended to provide public comment as well. Mr. Goldsmith, go ahead and state your name and your location.
Hi, I live at 181 Mesa Drive in Evergreen behind Tallgrass, and I want to make the public comment that I fully support this rezoning application and the project proposal. That's it.
Thank you for your comment. I see a couple more hands up and they're still piling in here. Mr. Putt, please, you are next. State your name and where you live for us.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for your time today. My name is John Putt. I live at 83 Bendemeer Drive in the Circle K Upper Bear Creek area. For 35 years, I was a paramedic firefighter and worked in Denver and San Francisco in both those high volume areas. Currently, I'm a member of the Jefferson County Emergency Operations Team, and I staff the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Desk. For 20 years, I've been a mountain area realtor, and I co-chair the Wildfire Education Task Force for the Real Estate Association. This year, I was also the community leader for the Clear Creek County Wildfire Mitigation Grant. Thank you so much for the $21,000 that you provided us during that grant. It's done a lot of good for us. And then the Evergreen Fire Department Wildfire Risk Assessment was just completed in 2020. Currently, 100% of our evacuation routes in Echo Hills, Woodard Gulch, Upper Bear, and Yankee Creek are non-survivable. Our only defense is an early notification to evacuate the area. Broadband service is probably the majority of people's service now that everybody has switched over to Wi-Fi calling on their phones. As your 911 authority records will show you, you have very few landlines compared to what we had 10, 15 years ago. As a realtor, I think it's important that we retain our property values, but more importantly, we cherish and protect the lives of the people that we convinced to move to this beautiful place. And without early notification and sufficient broadband, we won't have those things. In closing, I know there have been contentious issues over the years in Clear Creek County. I've lived in the Bendemeer area since 1983 and grew up here since 1967. In 2000, there was great concern that we not build a new high school on Floyd Hill. And one of the great arguments then was that the McDonald's might go out of business if the high school kids weren't there to support it. Well, I think that never came to fruition. And the high school has proved to be a great community asset, as will our broadband service in the Upper Bear, Echo Hills area. In 2011, Quest Communications was acquired by CenturyLink. Since that time, our service has only deteriorated. I implore you to approve these rezoning cases and provide the community with reliable broadband service. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Mr. Putt. Okay, next up we have BB Vivian. Please state your name and where you live. Make your comment.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Vivian. I live at 323 Bear Meadow Trail. I did write in a comment. I didn't have my name and address associated with it, so I just wanted to briefly say I am in strong support of this project. It is infrastructure that will have an immense benefit for the community. And I think, I mean, it really needs to be done. It's pretty desperate up in our community to be able to get much done. So I'll just leave it at that and say I'm strongly in support of it.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I do see one more hand raised. John Wells, it is your turn. If you'd state your name and where you live, make your comment.
I asked him to unmute. I don't know. Here he comes.
Is that better?
I can hear you.
Okay, John Wells, live at 1170 Yankee Creek Road, and I am in support for the all the reasons that have been previously stated. In addition to that, and I do, as a volunteer, I'm a state coordinator for search and rescue, and I support the Alpine Rescue Team, which covers Clear Creek County, as well as the sheriff in Clear Creek County, with providing additional assets, both state and federal levels, in order for them to do their search and rescue. And we use some pretty I guess, high-powered mapping programs to provide this service, and it's been a real problem for me where I live to do that. So I certainly support the efforts of getting broadband to our location. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
CTE. Here they go. You got it.
Yes, hello. Please state your name and make your comment.
You're muted.
How's that?
There you go.
Sweet. Sorry, I use like 5 different video conferencing softwares in a given day, and so I forget sometimes if I'm in Zoom or WebEx. So my wife and I recently moved to Evergreen a few years ago. We've heard rumors of, tricky internet, and so we definitely positioned ourselves in a place where we could feasibly get internet, that being Rise Broadband. It's been great. It has its issues, specifically with downtime. Prior to that, we were on Viasat, major latency issues. And I don't know if latency has ever been brought up in the conversation, but that is definitely something that can make or break any internet connection, because I'm in video calls all day. And when the latency hits, I break up, people can't hear me. And when I was on Viasat, I lost my job, my livelihood because of it. And I can guarantee you that if this issue is not addressed in the long term, more and more people are not going to want to move up here because the connection and the internet cannot meet the demands of today's modern workplace. That's it.
Thank you for your comment. While we're bringing the next person over, I just want to state that we have work sessions scheduled for 10 o'clock and 10:30. We're going to go ahead and move those to the back end of our agenda later this afternoon so that we can give this hearing the time that it needs. Up next, I have Travis Romero. Please state your name, where you live, and make your comment.
I'm asking him to unmute. We're going to see. Hopefully he can hear us.
There it is.
There you go.
We can hear you.
Sorry, I'm at work. I'm trying to multitask by being here and work. I'm Travis Romero. I live in Old Squaw neighborhood on Circle Drive, and I am complete support of this. I mean, I can view the side of that mountain where they're putting that tower, and I don't see why it would be an issue. Also, my wife and kids can't even get on the internet. We have barely dial-up with the CenturyLink that's currently available in our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Next up, I see Victoria.
Hi there. Oops, sorry. I am a teacher at school right now, so I am trying to manage my devices. We live at 4311 Witter Gulch. And oops, sorry. I just want to speak on behalf of a lot of the teachers who are currently teaching at school, so they can't be on this meeting. I taught remotely, and you can tell the emotion in my voice. Speaking on behalf of my children and myself, and all of the working families in our neighborhood, it's crucial that we're looking toward the future of our community. It is not a luxury to have broadband. Somebody had mentioned that yes, people's jobs are affected. As a teacher, I know that I had complaints about my ability to serve my students. I think looking at our area schools, we have a fantastic foundation, and we need to help support the education for our students. We need to help support all of those people who are also working from home and small businesses. So I want to thank the commissioners very much for looking at all of these aspects. We appreciate your time very much in trying to support your residents.
Thank you. And if you could please state your full name.
Yes, sorry, it's Victoria Hutchin, and we're at 4311 Witter Gulch.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Next, we have Anna Michelle. Please state your name, your location, and make your comment.
Hello, my name is Anna Madursky, and I reside at 66 Lodgepole Court. I do not know anyone in Clear Creek County or within the Echo Hills subdivision that opposes broadband, but it should be accomplished in a way that both meets the overall needs of the community without sacrificing the technical and transparency standards for development. I provided a technical analysis on the official development plan to the county commissioners. Due to my unique situation in a pandemic, caring for 2 kids during daytime and then working from 5 p.m. until early morning, my technical analysis was very limited. That being said, I would like to bring up some key points within the technical analysis that I had uncovered within the last 2 weeks that the Board of County Commissioners should consider in today's decision. With regard to Echo Hills zoning, all zoning within the Echo Hills subdivision is zoned as MR1. Rezoning of these 2 individual parcels within Echo Hills is inconsistent with the existing land use. The proposed telecommunication systems above the tree line does not support Clear Creek County zoning regulations section 10 and is incompatible with the surrounding development, natural environment, and general character of the area, including National Forest, Denver Park, Mountain Land, and the Bergen Peak State Wildlife Area. The site location selection process has not provided transparency or consistency with the Clear Creek County Master Plan Goal F5, with consideration for county land resources to support the telecommunications infrastructure and an analysis of existing telecommunication system sites. Both of these analyses should have deference to scenic and environmental constraints. The official development plan does not meet the technical setback requirements to protect adjacent property owners and/or public utility lines as consistent with Clear Creek County zoning regulation section 9. The telecommunications tower and antenna should be set back from existing residential uses a distance equal to the total extended height of the tower. This means for the location at 1372 Sinton, the location between the bottom of the tower and the adjacent property owner should be provided no less than 65 feet. However, under section 6409A, Congress determined that the state or local government cannot deny and must only approve eligible facilities for modifications of the existing 20-foot additional height. That means that the setbacks required by Clear Creek County zoning regulations are not provided in the official development plan as they stand now. For instance, if the tower falls, it will fall on adjacent property owners' land. It is my recommendation that the applications are not passed until an agreement with an adjacent property owner is executed on county, there's some kind of official county, easement form where all property owners are aware of the inherent risks. At this time, when I spoke to these property owners, they're unaware of this. I do agree with Peter regarding the condition of the change to the zoning as a result of the increased tower height. However, I do firmly believe that the result of the county commissioners reversing the zoning on this land in the event that they add the 20-foot tower is completely unlikely. The access route to 1372 Sinton Road is gained via secondary county non-maintained road. The property owner at 1372 does not use the secondary county non-maintained road. The access that is provided in the official development plan uses a secondary county unmaintained road for access. Adjacent property owners to this county non-maintained road should not be fiscally responsible for the maintenance of this non-county maintained road as a result of utility access. In agreement with Clear Creek County Road and Bridge and the property owners to ensure the responsible party for maintenance and snow removal to allow a utility access should be completed prior to approval of this application. You're basically telling residents on a non-county maintained road they need to start to maintain this road because there's going to be utility access. The residents at Hill Circle last year are on a secondary county non-maintained road. And I can tell you that the amount of money that they have spent to maintain that road is astronomical.
Hey, Ms. Baderski, you're basically repeating a lot of things you've already submitted to this board in writing, and you've used up 5 minutes already. Do you have anything new to add?
I just have one comment then. It was my understanding, I wasn't able to sit during the whole thing. It was my understanding right at the beginning that I believe Fred had said, we just received technical comments today. We haven't been able to review. We would encourage the person that submitted those technical comments to read them at this time. I wasn't able to sit through the whole thing. I just have one more comment that I could pull up real fast. It is my opinion that the official development plan does not meet the minimum criteria as evaluated by a resident. It's my concern that the information presented by the applicant should be independently reviewed prior to approval. If a mom that works until 1 a.m. every night and wakes up at 5 a.m. has spent every hour between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. identifying discrepancies in the official development plan as that does not conform to the Clear Creek County Code, I don't know what else there is, right? I only have so much time to review this. If this application was presented 10 years ago, then maybe yes, the solution to provide broadband in a steel tower would have been approved based on the limitations of technology. However, in 2021, with non-invasive solutions available, we need, and coming online at an unprecedented pace, the question that the Board of County Commissioners needs to ask themselves today is this the proper solution in the correct location for all the citizens of Clear Creek County? And does this application meet the minimal technical requirements for approval? The proposed telecommunication system is incompatible with the existing land use, and there are non-invasive technologies that are viable long-term solutions without putting a concrete cylinder in the ground that are being tested privately and in conjunction with the Governor's Office of Information Technology. It is my firm opinion that the applications do not meet the minimum requirements for approval and should not be approvable at this time. While we all want reliable broadband infrastructure in Clear Creek County, these applications do not protect the neighboring properties within Clear Creek County, open up adjacent properties to additional fiscal responsibilities, and do not meet the technical merit for approval at this location at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Smiderski.
Thank you for your time.
Do we have additional public comment? I don't see any more hands up.
Oh, wait, I do have one. I'm bringing over Jason now.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Jason Bailey. I reside in Echo Hills at 1177 Lodgepole Drive. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the county commissioners today. And I'm in full support of all three towers from 1372, 201, and of course the 280. The tower at 201 Valley View will end up serving my family in this case. We have also tried to find the best internet that would work for us, from Rise to Viasat, HughesNet, even trying a MiFi cell. And where I sit on the Lodgepole Drive, I cannot obtain any of that. I do currently have CenturyLink and have had that since I moved in the neighborhood, which I've been in roughly 15 years. But those speeds currently, commissioners, is 0.03 up and a 0.01 down. I understand what the surrounding neighbors, definitely at 1372, have stated by legal counsel today. I think there's other things that we need to look at other than just a tower as we come in the neighborhood. Maybe how people would take care, maintain their property, things of that nature. I take pride in what I do with my property, constantly maintain, et cetera, et cetera. There was a recent showing of a property in our neighborhood this weekend, and I talked to the real estate agent, and they had 27 showings. And in the neighborhood, it's been 1 to 3 days of a house being sold. And this specific house was not sold during the weekend with that amount of showings because the real estate agent said there was not any viable internet. The other point is the last person we had to speak, Mrs. Madursky at 66 Lodgepole Court. I stated in the Zoning and Planning Commission meeting about 7 to 10 days ago that I think she needs to be a little bit more transparent, guys. She has a 40-foot plus tower currently attached to the side of her house that services the Floyd Hill area. I'm thinking what she's doing is to look at her family and maybe an income that she is receiving from Rise. When I had Rise out, they explained to me where that tower was at, but I couldn't get that service. So, you know, at the end of the day, I hope that you three commissioners really look deep into this, understand that we do have healthcare professionals in our neighborhood. We do have children who are not in school that are trying to do their Zoom or team. I think it's just quintessential that we try to look forward to having a service that Clear Creek Broadband has done several years worth of studies and make this happen. So not only can we do and continue our professional life, but also maybe some enjoyment by maybe knowing what Hulu is, what Netflix is, because I don't know what it is. And I would just like you guys to think long and hard about this and make sure that we can have this pass through. Again, I really appreciate all of your time with this. This has been ongoing for a long time, but my family, the Baileys at 1177 Lodgepole Drive, really appreciate it. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for your comment. I want to assure everybody I did drop off for a second there. I was over in the attendee section and heard all but a couple of words. And I don't see any additional hands raised. So if you're intending to make a comment, please click the participants button. You will see a raise hand button underneath that. Maybe we'll give about 30 seconds for anybody to overcome any technical hurdles. Okay, I do see a hand up. Next up is Alice Carmody. Please state your name in case I got it wrong and your location. Make your comment.
No, that's correct. It's Alice Carmody, 255 Bendemeer Drive. Just quick question. When will a decision be made on these 3 sites?
The intent is to make a decision today.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more hands raised, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period. I am not aware of any questions that came up that need to be responded to by staff. Staff, do you share that opinion? Oh, we have one more comment here. Alan Roman, please state your name, where you live, make your comment.
I'm asking him to unmute. Just a second. Let me see if he connects. There he is.
Are we good?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. My wife is a longtime resident of Eastern Clear Creek County. She works down in Evergreen. And on many occasions, she needs to work at home, especially during the virus. She is unable to do that with our current service. I myself am on one of the various Clear Creek County commissions, and we've been, as probably everybody on the commissions has been, meeting by Zoom. And I cannot do that because of the poor quality of the service that I currently have. I appreciate you for hearing me out. This is these towers are absolutely necessary for a number of reasons. I don't want to be redundant with what other folks have said. I fully support it.
Thank you for your comment. I do see another couple hands up, so we'll keep running. Sebastian Madursky, you're up next. Please unmute, state your name, where you live, make your comment.
My name is Sebastian Madursky. I live in the Echo Hill subdivision at Lodgepole Court. I'm overall neutral about these towers. I just want to point out that there are emerging technologies on the horizon that are going to be coming online very soon, and they can provide broadband to everyone who is going to be affected by these towers. Another thing I'd like to mention is that I am a member of the Evergreen Fire Rescue. From what I have gathered, there hasn't been much consideration about any possible fire hazards that are being created due to these towers and all the electronic equipment that is going to be brought on site. I haven't seen anything about any fire mitigation that is going to go into place. I also have not heard anything about putting up equipment such as lightning rods or spark resistors or anything of that nature to help protect our communities from wildfire danger. Also, there was a comment previously by Justin Sweat. My understanding is that he is actually a member of the Clear Creek Broadband. He's on their board. He has mentioned that I have a tower on my property. I just want to put it on the record that our tower meets all Clear Creek County codes, and we have not rezoned our property from residential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. See one more hand up.
So we have Darren and Sherry. They look like they're unmuted and ready to go.
I'm sorry, I just got kicked out of the meeting. I assume you're asking me to go ahead and unmute myself, Darren and Sherry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct, and we can hear you. Please state your name and where you live.
Yes, my name is Darren Dinstead. We live in the Echo Hills community, and we've been up here for 2 years now, and we're both educators. My wife and I are both educators, and we have been forced to work from home, obviously, due to COVID. And it's become abundantly clear, and I'm sure it's been stated already, I had to leave the meeting in order for me to teach a class with students. But it's been abundantly clear, I'm sure stated, that we've found all sorts of issues with our internet, and we pay an exorbitant amount on a monthly basis to have access to internet to do our jobs. Now, obviously, we will probably be returning to a brick and mortar building here in the coming year. At least I will. My wife is retiring and she wants access to the internet in order to have a second career, to do some higher ed type of instruction and so forth. And so we want that ability to do that. Unfortunately, I hear all these counter arguments about emerging technologies that are coming our way. And I would like to kind of propose a free market system where if we have several technologies to choose from, we're going to have lower prices as opposed to having just one particular provider or maybe two. And some of those emerging technologies may or may not meet the needs of our neighborhood, and they may or may not be here for several years. And me personally, and my wife personally, we've talked about having to relocate and move from our property that we really enjoy just because of the inequities that we are facing with our internet provider. The other thing I hear is fire mitigation, and I hear this idea of aesthetics. First of all, let me touch on fire mitigation and how this tower might cause an issue with fire. I'm more concerned about the trees that are dead in our neighborhood and how we need to address that as opposed to a tower that is built to withstand fire and so forth. I'm concerned more about how we need to clean up our neighborhood and get rid of the trees to prevent a fire, and the fact that there's only really one way in and out. The second thing I would point out too is, the aesthetics piece. There's another tower already located in the neighborhood. I don't know what it's for, if it's being used for ham radio or whatnot, but it's at least 60 plus feet in the air, and it can be an aesthetic issue if you are really willing to take a look at it and realize that it's a concern for, the sites in our neighborhood. I would also be concerned more about some of the houses that are not kept up in our neighborhood, as opposed to a tower that's going to be hidden by many trees. I just want to make sure those points are reiterated. I'm sure they've already been brought up, and I appreciate your time. Thank you and your consideration. I urge that you pass this.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I see no additional hands raised. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Next up is commissioner deliberation. We can ask further questions, state our opinions. I'll defer to Sean and Randy.
Yeah, I'll go first. Again, I just want to thank everyone who's been engaged in this process and assure all of you that the three of us have made this a huge priority. I mean, when I saw this in my packet 3 or 4 weeks ago, the first thing I did was drove up and wanted to witness the sites with my own eyes. And I spoke to a few of the neighbors up there as well. And that is essentially what led to the recommendation that the three of us go and do a site visit as part of a public meeting. This conversation's been going on every week of the 4 years that I was in office before I got reelected in November. We hear very acutely the needs from the community, and again, appreciate people making the comments. I also heard very, very clearly from the opposition, and I think you guys did a good job of doing some research. I don't agree with everything that was presented, and I think it's unfortunate that complicated situations such as this one don't lend themselves to 100% satisfaction, right? I mean, we need to strike a balance in terms of what's in the public's best interest, in terms of following the codes. One thing I'll reiterate is staff looked at all of those technical objections and other objections very carefully and made the recommendation to this board that we approve the applications. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to vote in favor of the applications for everything I just described. And just again, remind the opposition that you were very clearly heard.
Okay.
I would like to say that I think that generally we write master plans, and they are comprehensive plans, and they are things that they address a lot of really big picture issues for our counties, and they often have to address different ideas and goals that can become in conflict with themselves, and finding balance and achieving and adhering to those master plans is sometimes a maze and very difficult. And so we work really hard at that. Like Sean said, I looked and read, ultimately every one of those pieces of both pro and con suggestions because I thought it was my duty to do that. And I came to some similar conclusions. I think the field trip was very helpful because it helped us really think about the compatibility of what was going on there with the surrounding area. And then I thought about public benefit, and they appear like they're going to work, and the infrastructure is there to make them work. But not only that, that they add to the infrastructure clearly at a very critical time. I have shared some of those same concerns about, Starlink and other technologies coming in and rendering them unnecessary in a short period of time. But my life experience has taught me that as a supreme optimist that I'm not sure that's what we should bank on in the middle of a global pandemic when we have people trying to work from home and save their jobs, and kids doing the same with their education, and knowing that those changes have been brought to stay in many cases. Certainly that's a change in circumstances that has been that is really weighing heavily on my mind. And then I know that having been tasked with trying to work with Stefan and others and look at these previous ideas that have come through and the cable, and having gone through and personally looked at the cost of trenching and the previous proposals that came over the last few years, and having seen people say, why can't you do it? It's so easy. I've seen how hard Stefan and crew have worked, and I have thought it was going to be easy too, until I dug into the figures and saw how much it was going to cost and how many ways there were to not get it done. And because of that, I feel it's time to vote for it too, because this looks like a viable solution that will work, and that the benefit to the community outweighs the cost to the community. And but I don't take the decision lightly. And I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. For me, I agree with the statements of Sean and Randy. I read through the entire packet. For those of you who didn't have a chance to look at that, it was roughly 300 pages of information and comment. So that was a fun weekend experience. Take the comments against very seriously. I also think that we need this. I think that I agree with staff recommendation that this meets the standards for a zoning amendment. I do think that this is consistent with the master plan. I've not yet seen a proposal that doesn't find evidence for and against within the master plan. And so I think interpreting it is a bit of an art. I agree wholeheartedly with what Randy said, which is that we have had a change in circumstances. That change of circumstances is that the need for broadband is even more acute than ever. I think that this does meet the public benefit threshold, as previously stated. And I think that because this is an ancillary service to the residents, to the homes in this neighborhood, similarly to how we would look at industrial sites like telephone poles and power poles, that this is compatible with a residential neighborhood, given that broadband is a needed utility. So I am in favor of this application as well. Oh, one other thing that I want to state with regards to concerns about fire danger. I do want to point out that Evergreen Fire Rescue is on the list of referral agencies, and they responded with no concerns. My expectation is that that was a genuine and thoughtful response. And so I don't have any additional questions. I don't hear any additional questions from Sean and Randy. I'm happy to welcome a motion.
Just a reminder, if I could, before you do the motion or when you make the motion, I would include that you would like a statement or sentence added to the resolution requiring the applicant to return to the board for approval should it wish to add any appurtenances or increase the height of any tower that's executed. It's just a safety pursuant to our discussion. We already have it on the record, but I think it's a good idea to have in the resolution.
Sure. With that, I'm willing to make a motion. I move we approve resolution 21-02, rezoning case RZ 2020-0002, rezoning to plan development for a 60-foot communication tower on property located at 1372 Sinton Road for Clear Creek Broadband to facilitate provision of high-speed internet broadband service for these areas, with exactly what Peter said, was that the applicants would need to return to the commission for approval of any increase in height or additional appurtenances than those that are currently implied in their proposal.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 I'd like to make a motion for approval of resolution 21-03, rezoning case RZ 2020-0003, rezoning to plan development for a 70-foot tower on property located at 2001 Valley View Lane, Echo Hills, for the same purposes and with the same provisions added to the resolution for return to the county commission.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 21-04, rezoning case RZ 2020-0004, rezoning to plan development for a 125-foot communication tower on property located at 280 Yankee Creek Road for all of those same purposes and with those same conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that concludes our land use hearing. I've thought of another handful of things that can be said, but I'm not going to say them.
I want to say one super quick thing. I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers. There was a lot of people in the community who got us to this point. I mean, the county was very supportive, but because of the nature of the grants, it needed to be a private organization. And I think that our neighbors deserve a big hand for all the work that they did. So thanks again.
Yeah, and add to that, the people who participated in this hearing made sure that we gave it its due diligence. So with that said, we are moving to the next portion of the agenda, although I wonder, Sean, Randy, would you appreciate a couple of minutes?
Yeah, a 2-minute break would be okay. You're looking at doing public comment and agenda or the consent agenda, I presume, and then some of the other stuff is likely to be foregone until after the COVID update, I presume.
Yes, that's my intent. We'll do public comment, we'll do consent agenda. We'll see where we're at the end of that and adjust the schedule as necessary. The 11 o'clock COVID update will happen at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll see you all at, how about 10:40?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hi, Beth. Hi, George.
Hey, Beth, would you do me a favor? I got a text from Lindsay Valdez asking for a link to the meeting and didn't have the time to get it to her. Do you mind shooting her something?
She just put in the chat. She got it. She's good.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Lindsay. I was distracted. So it is 10:40, and the first thing up is public comment. I welcome any public comment on any topic at this time. Please click participants, click raise your hand.
I don't know if you are seeing anybody on Facebook. I don't see anybody in our attendee list.
I don't see anyone. Hesitate to proceed. Sean, can you confirm whether you're behind your camera or not?
Muted.
Was.
It appears he's actually in front of his camera.
Yeah, I was just looking through the packet. I have a question about consent. Wait till then.
Yeah, okay. Well, we called for public comment. I didn't see it, so we're going to close public comment. Next is the consent agenda. I believe that item number 7 is going to be pulled off. If documentation wasn't included in our packet, so we're going to receive that information here. Anything else that you all wish to have pulled off?
Just making sure that was the same one that I was thinking of. Is that the loan forgiveness agenda?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I couldn't find it either. That's what my confusion was. So.
No, me either. So I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of number 7. Did you want to read them off, George, or the items?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. So I've got number 1, condition of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of resolution 21-16, resolution ratifying license agreement between County of Clear Creek, Colorado, and the town of Georgetown. Consideration of approval of capital equipment lease purchase of 1 2021 Freightliner water truck and 2 2021 Freightliner plow trucks from TransLease Inc. Consideration of approval of 2020 fourth quarter trustee report. Consideration number 5, consideration of 2020 semi-annual treasurer's report. Number 6, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-22, resolution to correct accounting error.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then for number 7, I believe that Alyssa Denberg has the information we need to talk about the approval of a payment to Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation for loan forgiveness of loans related to the COVID-19 emergency working capital loan.
Would you let me use my screen?
That'd be great.
This is the list of the loans with the information about the businesses removed, as that is confidential information. The total amount is $233,006.15. And these amounts were identified by the EDC as acceptable expenses from the loans.
My question's around the source of the $233,000. My understanding, this is not general fund money. This came through block grants or some other mechanism from another source.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the source of the money has been identified as reimbursable. This is EDC revolve money, I believe. So it's not federal funds, so we can reimburse it. And the intent of this is that we reimburse these funds, and then the money that's reimbursed goes directly back into the community. So it allows the EDC to be able to fund more businesses in need.
And Alyssa, I think I would assume Sean's question is more around what liability, if any, or what is the cost ramifications to the county. And I think what I'm hearing you also say is there is no cost to the county. This is all coming in through outside either federal or state dollars.
Correct. Yeah, the money that's being used to forgive these loans is actually CARES dollars.
Yeah.
It's not county dollars.
The county is just being used as kind of the pass-through entity to make this happen.
Yep.
And I can speak to that also. So the initial loans, so when COVID began, we created an emergency working capital loan program with our revolved funds. So those are CDBG dollars that have gone through and been revolved through, loaned and paid back. And so we did check with the state and our CDBG manager to confirm that all is well as far as federal dollars and things like that. So we are good to go there. And then we've also provided the county with a self-certification. So when we went through and kind of did an informal audit of each of these loans, we determined which expenses took place after March 31st, or excuse me, March 1st. And so to the best of our knowledge, these numbers reflect any expenses after March 1st that would then qualify for this forgiveness program.
Easy. And the businesses also signed a contract confirming that these expenses are eligible. So we're covered both on the EDC side as well as the business side.
I'm a little confused by the wording of kind of to Keith's point. Consideration of approval of payment to Clear Creek Economic Development. I thought basically this was money that EDC already had from the block grants, and we were essentially asking for approval of writing these off.
So this is money that the EDC has loaned out to businesses. We are going to be cutting a check to the EDC so those businesses don't have to pay those funds back.
And that's from the CARE dollars that the county has custody of, essentially.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, well, I'm in support of this. If there's any other questions, ask them now, or I'm ready for a motion.
Then I move we approve payment to Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation for the commercial outdoor recreation COVID emergency working capital loan forgiveness.
Peter, do you think that motion should include the dollar amount?
I would include the dollar amount just as a safety, and also you may want to just note that this is being paid from COVID dollars as well in the motion.
Yeah.
CARES dollars, I guess we would call it.
In the amount of, can someone throw that number in there? Because I don't see it.
$233,006.15.
To be paid out of our CARES allotment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Just want to take a moment to thank the EDC for all their work on this. It required a good bit of research on their part because we were a little particular about how we wanted it to go. And so thank you for your patience.
Yeah, one thing I'll ask as a future, I would love to get some kind of a readout in terms of lessons learned. I mean, we basically were operating in a very nimble way to deploy these dollars. Time was of the essence. But at some point, I think it would make sense to kind of go back and see what we learned and see how we might do it even better if we're faced with this again.
Agreed.
You know, ironic you should bring that up, Sean, because Alyssa was probably going to say this, but she is actually preparing a presentation to the board and to the public as to the CARES dollars and other assistance that has come into the county, how we have spent those dollars, what the benefit has been to the residents and the business community. So she's going to cover all that. And I appreciate what you also said is lessons learned. And Alyssa, I would assume you'll have a section in your report about quote unquote lessons learned as well. So thank you.
A lot. I'm happy to include some information on that.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for that. The next thing that's on our agenda is a work session regarding the RFP for housing consultant work. I wonder, we might be able to get through this in 9 minutes. I don't know, Sean, Randy, Amy, if we have a lot to talk about on this, maybe we just postpone it.
I think that's Amy's call.
I agree.
I can run. What I have is a summary of the changes from draft 1 to draft 2, and I can just, I don't know how much sort of orienting you guys might need to compare the initial draft to the second draft, but I can certainly run through what I have.
And if you don't think it's a good idea, we can, take a break and postpone the whole thing,
I don't know. I mean, we can give it a try.
I think we can do it in 8 minutes, but let's give it a shot.
Yeah, and Amy, I don't know if I need to see the comparison because I was able to read it and ready.
Well, I just updated the deck that I presented to you originally to just sort of say, okay, these are just so you could to draw your attention to the changes between draft 1, draft 3, and draft 4, and we can walk through that and see if that triggers any interest in more discussion, and then we could continue it if need be.
Okay.
That seem reasonable?
Do it.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen. So this, we're looking at second draft of this thing. You all had several pieces of feedback. We didn't make any changes to the core question that we are seeking information on from the housing consultants, which is ultimately asking about Clear Creek County's role in supporting or advancing housing in Clear Creek County. We did make some updates to the contextual considerations we wanted them to include. As you may recall, we discussed the idea of asking you, the three of you, about your prioritizations. As George and I talked a little bit about that and about how we might approach that, we realized that it might be a bigger question and that it might be better to include that as a needed context to ask the consultants to consider, rather than try to assemble some approximation of where the community sat on housing prioritization as far as the needs assessment. And so decided that rather than try to include the actual priorities in the RFP, we would commit to having that prepared for the consultant by the time they commenced work. As far as the scope of work, we kept basically the same thing. What we did do is, in response to the feedback you all had, we dropped the kind of the questions about what the economic impacts are. I think that was good feedback. Those are sort of not set questions, and so we decided not to include that and rather focus on reviewing the needs assessment and the contextual considerations and really getting some assessments of our existing capacities. you know, we did keep in some requests to include any relevant case studies to help us with context, because ultimately they're going to give us some recommendations, but we're going to have to decide what to do with it. And the final report kept in the 2 or 3 recommended, that the request to have 2 or 3 recommended options. We did drop the specific examples just to make sure that that didn't skew or influence their content, the content that they developed. And we dropped any work right now on, for the purposes of this, on assessing the current zoning regulations. And that's it. So I think what we're looking for today is whether this draft 4 of the scope of work is in the right direction and something we can move forward with to prepare an RFP to bring back to you for your final review.
I appreciate the changes. I guess maybe I missed it, but at some point, are we going to discuss timelines and budgets associated with what expectations we're setting for whoever we may hire?
Yes, I think the frame of this conversation was limited to the scope of work content that would be included in the RFP. So I think those questions, they could happen. We could start that discussion as part of this conversation, but my sense is the next step is to develop the RFP, and that would be where those sorts of things would come up more naturally.
Or maybe the respondents will, you know, basically tell us what they would charge us to meet the needs. I see.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have a number, which is about $40,000 is what we had penciled in, at least.
Yeah, typically I don't like to put a number in an RFP because the respondent will say, oh yeah, we'll spend all the money that you have. You know, I'd rather keep that somewhat open and see what they come back with. But
yeah.
I thank you, Amy. I did recall that we had set aside some amount of dollars in the 2021 budget. So I think we're covered budget-wise. And then timing, yeah, we'll certainly, I think, include that in the RFP as well, obviously.
And I feel some degree of urgency to keep this moving and get this RFP complete and get it out. I mean, ultimately, you know, the clock is ticking, you know, and it could very easily slip away and not get us into an answer in 2021 if we let this slide. So I think, you know, I want to keep on this and get this RFP drafted and back in front of you so we can get it out.
I appreciate that urgency. I did receive some late breaking comments. I asked Lindsay Valdez to look at this. She has 4 proposed additions that are, I think, related to each other and just sort of further specify what we're asking for. They are to identify funding mechanisms for any recommendations they come up with, to build job descriptions for any positions they recommend, to make recommendations about the legal structures of anything they recommend, and to build an org chart that displays their recommendation about countywide collaboration. I think all 4 of those things are meaningful to add. And I don't know that we need to get more specific than that. Other than those comments, I'm very comfortable with this RFP.
I think that's good input too. Thanks.
Yep.
Lynn.
So we've got 1 minute left. Have we arrived at direction? Does the board want to pause this and take it back up later?
I feel good about that.
About where we are right now, and as opposed to picking it up later. Yeah, I think, yeah, go do some work.
All right, we did it.
Yay, thank you very much. That's great. We will start pulling an RFP together and bring that back to you as soon as we can.
All right, we're making up time quick here. It is, well, it's 10:59. So we'll let the people associated with our COVID update filter in. Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started on the 11 o'clock COVID update. Dr. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we'll start with the numbers. Nationally, we have 26+ million confirmed cases. We're continuing on a roughly 1.5 million per week of new cases. The case rate, the average daily number of new cases continues to be high, however, has declined over the last week, and the number of new cases now is about 146,000 as a 7-day average. Hospitalizations, those also continue to be high, although they continue a downward trend over the last several weeks, with a total of roughly 93,000 currently hospitalized as of yesterday, with 77% of the national ICU beds currently occupied. Fatalities, 443,000 Americans no longer with us. The current rate is about 3,100 per day as a 7-day average. Current estimates are we will reach the 500,000 mark by the end of the month. Test positivity across the country is at roughly 8% at this point. Major contributing factors to the spread of the virus continue to be a lack of mask wearing. And I provided numbers today, 25 to 30% report never wearing or wanting to wear a mask. You know, the flat earthers, another 25 to 30% wear their mask improperly. So those two are significant leading causes of the spread of the virus. As well as social gatherings and travel continue to be up there with the no mask wearing. As far as Colorado is concerned, our current number of daily cases has slightly decreased from last week, now in excess of around 1,245 per day. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is dropped to 347 per 100,000. So roughly 140 or so, 1 in every 140 Coloradans is actively infected. Hospitalizations continue to decrease across the state. Currently 26% ICU ventilators are in use. That's down from 30% or 31% last week. 3% of hospitals anticipating ICU bed shortage within the next week. And the facilities anticipating staff shortages within the next week is down to 9% from 12 last week. Currently, roughly 611 individuals are hospitalized across Colorado for confirmed COVID. Our test positivity across the state is roughly 5.9%, just below 6. Major contributing factors to the spread continue to be lack of mask wearing, social gathering, travel, significant travel now in the winter season of folks from around the country coming to Colorado, all adding to this. And I just got a slide deck this morning from CDPHE looking specifically at the mountain counties, which includes Clear Creek County, and what is driving our numbers as they are higher for most mountain communities than they are for other Front Range communities or Eastern Plains communities based on that travel. Vaccine update. As of yesterday, 464,805 individuals have received a single dose of the vaccine, either Moderna or Pfizer, with another 132,344 individuals who have received 2 doses. In Clear Creek County, our numbers are, again, this week continue to be fake, I guess, for lack, or incomplete, I guess is a better term. Our case count for the last 7 days is 4, with asterisks next to those, 12 in the last 2 weeks for a sum total of 345 to date. 19 hospitalizations, 2 fatalities. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate based on completely incomplete data is 123 per 100,000. So it's dropped significantly over the last several weeks. Our test positivity rate is now 3.4%. That's what happens when you don't test. Major contributing factors to the spread, social gatherings, lack of mask wearing, and travel, similar to statewide and countywide, or statewide, nationwide. Testing updates, we have testing, community testing is now reinstated as of this morning. We are now back up and running. Our community testing site is in Idaho Springs, as it has been for many months on Tuesdays. More information is available on our website and our Facebook page. We have a 2-week, this week and next week, interim company running a similar operation to what Curative was doing and what people would be familiar with. And then in 2 weeks' time, we will have a more permanent solution, but similar operation with COVID Check. And that will be run again at the Idaho Springs every Tuesday for the foreseeable future. So hopefully next week we will have more valid data. Vaccine update. To date, as of yesterday, we have vaccinated 1,117 individuals with 1 dose and an additional 211 individuals with 2 doses. Last week, as you recall, we received no new first doses. We did receive 100 this week. And so we will be disseminating those tomorrow. We have a vaccination clinic today, tomorrow, and Friday. Most of those are second doses and only 100 new doses. We will continue to ask for as many vaccines as humanly possible. We ask routinely for 300. This next week, we ask for 600. But what we ask for and what we get are 2 very different realities. That's all I believe on the update. We hopefully will be receiving a bump in our vaccines in the foreseeable future, but who knows what's going to happen. As you are most aware on this call anyway, the governor has made several decisions over the last week. They include a unilateral decision to now include 65 plus starting next week. And include also teachers. So although we're not receiving any more vaccines, we have magically opened the pool up to include another 500 to 1,500 individuals to get in the queue. And so right now we have roughly 1,000 individuals in the queue. And that number, I imagine, will grow exponentially here in the coming weeks. So hopefully our vaccine distribution changes in the foreseeable future. The other change the governor is pondering, and if you believe he is open to community comment, you're more than welcome to do so until today. Tomorrow, he's going to announce the final plan to renegotiate the COVID dial and the color coding that everyone has come to love and be familiar with. Basically what they're doing in a nutshell, without having seen a final document yet, is they're lowering the threshold within each color code. So for instance, orange or red was 350 per 100,000. That is getting lowered. I don't know what it's getting lowered to yet. I haven't seen the final document. And then subsequently in each of the different color codes. So it's likely that most of the state will see an increase in their number of occupancy based on the color code that they now fall in based on this change of the dial. So in a nutshell, it will open our economy more than it currently is. I do not believe that any changes as it relates to a single color in terms of the occupancy, right? So a county might move into a lower level, orange or yellow or blue or green. Those occupancies within those colors have not changed to my understanding, although I've been surprised before. And so it's likely most counties will just be moving down to a lower color. I have asked for CDPHE for at least a week or 2 of actual data in Clear Creek County before they move us because our numbers right now are incomplete and artificial. They're not based on reality. And based on what the slide deck I just received this morning, our community, like Summit and Eagle and Grand and all the other mountain counties, are higher than they are in the rest of the state. So to base our numbers on incomplete data doesn't make any sense to me. And for them to wait for us to have at least a week or 2 of testing data in our community and then make the decision on where to move us based on those numbers, whatever they might be.
I'm a little confused about that because it seems like just watching the data closely over the course of the pandemic, I would agree that mountain communities other than Clear Creek have been higher than the state, but it seems like we've been lower than the state for a while now. Isn't that true?
Yeah, and
Clear Creek.
it is true. That may well have changed, Sean, but for 2 weeks, we have had zero data. So it's very difficult to know if that switched because the rest of the state, the numbers have significantly gone down, but they haven't for a lot of the mountain communities around us. So
I think it's reasonable to expect that what was true before this last change could still be true. And
Sure.
to Sean's point, I think, for example, when Summit was running 6,900, we were running 450. What I'm taking Tim is saying is that this recent drop from, an average of around 4.25 or something that we were running up and down, where we dropped down to around 375 and up to 480 and stuff like that, may not have changed, and that this most recent change that takes us down to 128 or something is what you question as being invalid at this point. Is that correct?
Correct. And yeah, I don't know what our numbers are. That's the challenge. And that's what I've asked for. At least let's find out what our numbers are and then make decisions based on those, not false numbers that aren't accurate based because of a lack of testing is my only point.
Well, I
had a couple questions. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had a couple quick questions, and did you? And I just want to make sure I had the numbers right. You said we had 1,117 vaccines that have been dispensed. That's first dose vaccines, or is that total?
That's first dose.
First dose vaccines. That's great.
Yeah,
Do we have any,
also,
how many of those are 70 plus?
Yeah, great question. I have the numbers right here. So roughly we've vaccinated about 700 individuals who fall into the 70 plus category. So far.
So we might have vaccinated like 60% or so of that group. That's great.
Yeah. And it's part of the challenge with it. And when I say roughly is because Safeway vaccinated 100 folks last week. Independent of, we knew about it, but independent of us, we're still trying to understand, were those all Clear Creek County residents? Were they all in fact 70 plus residents? And so our numbers are at this point a little squishy in terms of complete accuracy, but yeah, I'd say 60 to 70% is a ballpark of the number of 70 plus folks we vaccinated to date.
Right. Were you just saying that you tried to take some guesses at what, or did you make any guesses at all in terms of what may have been done in 70 plus out of Safeway?
I don't have a guess on that. Yeah, part of it is, as you are all aware, we can't, nor can Safeway ask for ID. So were they in fact vaccinating 62-year-olds who just look old, or were they vaccinating 70 plus? So it's a guessing game, and I don't think we're ever going to have a completely accurate number. We're going to be well within the ballpark, that's for sure. But having an exact number will be a little challenge.
Thanks.
Couple of questions related to the data that we currently have and the data we were relying on under curative. I think the problem with the curative lab was that they were getting false negatives. And I want to note that we were among the mountain communities unique in using curative and not Mako, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Does that cause you to suspect that our data before the contract was canceled, while we were still testing, may have been falsely low?
I'm almost positive of it, George, to your point. So the sensitivity is what you're getting at. The sensitivity of the curative test was the issue FDA had with it, meaning individuals who are in fact positive were getting negative results. And the FDA requested 3 different changes to be made, none of which we could realistically implement. And it's why curative sort of went away from a testing operation. So yes, our counts in Clear Creek County were an underreporting, not only in general, but in the curative testing. Summit County used Mako and another company. We were really the only ones around us using curative as a sole testing mechanism.
Okay, thank you. And then I heard you say something that doesn't match with what I think I know. So I want to
That's possible.
It seems like we use test positivity. One of the ways we use it is to know if we're testing enough. And you know you're not testing enough when the test positivity rate increases, right? And so it seems like we should see a higher test positivity rate in a period where it's probably only symptomatic people who are getting tested. And therefore the conclusion is that we may not have missed as much as we fear. Is that, I heard you say sort of.
You mean the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, during the last 2 weeks.
This first week, tomorrow, first of all, or today, I should say, the testing today, we didn't get the word out quick enough because we didn't get word quick enough or the link to help schedule folks. So I don't know if this week is going to be a representation of reality as opposed to next week when a lot more people know about it and can sign up ahead of time. I would expect the number of cases to be, or the test positivity, to your point, to be higher in this week or in their next week than we have typically seen, to that point that we may have a significant number of folks who've been sort of waiting in the wings to get tested, or this new test is far more sensitive and able to capture more of the positives than we normally would have with curative.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a quick question about the other data points, and I hate to even bring this up, but I mean, testing, test positivity are metrics. Hospitalizations and deaths are also metrics that we're going to get accurate data whether we're testing or not. What do those numbers look like over the last several weeks when we haven't been testing as much, or basically we're relying on people getting tested elsewhere outside of the county?
Yeah, several. I mean, people are still getting tested outside the county. It's a fraction of the total testing that we do or did. Our hospitalizations have gone up a couple over the last several weeks. The fatalities have maintained at 2 for the last several months. So there is no increase there, but those have decreased across the state unilaterally as well from a hospitalization and fatality perspective. So we have a younger, or I shouldn't say younger, healthier, more physically able community, I think, than a lot of communities. So the hospitalizations and fatalities are less an indication of spread than the test positivity and case count within our counties. But yeah, point well taken. Those numbers have not increased in our county or the state.
I think it's that's kind of what you mentioned is sort of interesting, because we've had for years, I've seen down at DRCOG data that shows that particularly among the men for some reason, and I'm not sure why, but they tended to, their average date of death was particularly higher than the rest of the state. Don't know why. One of the theories was that it could be that everybody who has, the people who have lung problems in their later years tend to move down, and they may show up in Jeffco's statistics or somewhere else when they move to town. But for whatever reason, that data has shown up at DRCOG ever since I've been down there. But
I think it's just because we essentially have 0 senior housing in our county, and things like other metrics like smoking, we tend to be on the wrong side of that equation.
Yeah. So it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
So I will share the 2 slide decks I got this morning from CDPHE that both look at the mountain communities, but they also break down job categories in those and really show and indicate where, in fact, the majority of the cases are coming from an employment perspective. Very interesting stuff.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to note, and it was appreciate Tim, you and your staff working over the weekend, and we had a call with Jill Ryan on Saturday at noon. One of the things the state has done is shorten the time frame for evaluation from 2 weeks to 1 week. And I believe the reason they did that is they wanted to be able to be more nimble both ways, when things are getting worse and when things are getting better. And I appreciate a continued vigilance and focus on public safety, right? That goes without saying. the one thing that I would want us to figure out if we could is a way to get our data and our comfort without any unnecessary delays. So if we get testing data that we feel good about this week, I think we should be prepared to take action on that. And if there are things we could be doing that we're not doing in order to fill in the blanks with what the true conditions on the ground are here in Clear Creek, I think we need to be, pursuing that with as much vigor as we possibly can.
My preference would be to rely on whatever Dr. Ryan thinks is the most scientifically, statistically valid method. And if he thinks that's 1 week, that's fine. If he thinks that's 2 weeks, if he thinks that's 3 weeks, it depends on what he sees and advises us. That's just my take on the same subject.
Some good points on that. The first is this company has an average turnaround of 1.3 days, which is a fraction of what Curative was, which is great. My only point about that, and it's a good point, Sean, is if we find 20 people sign up and get tested today, do I think that's really a big enough sample for Clear Creek? I mean, normally we were testing anywhere from 60 to 100 on most weeks. And so if we only get 20 because we just got the link yesterday and put it up, I don't know if that's going to necessarily be a representative sample. And then wait till next Tuesday when we might get the results back by Wednesday or Thursday, and then make decisions then. So it would really only delay it a week from basically this week. So, yeah, point well taken, and we'll see what data comes out of today. If 20 people sign up or 100 people sign up, will really determine that.
Yeah, and I know that this board has been very flexible in terms of putting things on the agenda with the proper 24 hours notice. So that's just my request is once we achieve certainty, we certainly don't want to wait for the next Tuesday meeting or something that's more involved with our convenience than what the public deserves.
Yeah, I think to your point, Sean, about the changes in a week or 2 weeks, I think it's a week going the good way and 2 weeks going the bad way. So meaning they'll wait 2 weeks to move us to a level up, but we'll only wait a week, need to wait a week to move us down. We'll see what the final verdict is tomorrow from the governor, but that was my understanding and takeaway from my early morning Saturday call with Jill.
Thanks.
Sean, what are the decisions that you're suggesting we would be making?
My understanding from listening to Executive Director Hunsaker, Ryan, was that the state was going to be essentially stepping out of the way in terms of a majority of the counties in Colorado going from orange to yellow to allow for their businesses to have 50% indoor seating, for example, and essentially make some of or most of the 5-star conversation moot. And I think that the Board of Health is going to be making a recommendation or request to the state. I think the state basically wants to allow for local control and input rather than to have them having to figure out what's going to happen in every single county. So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I see some questions here in the chat. Dr. Ryan, you said 1,000 people are in the queue. Do you mean that 1,000 people are registered and waiting for the vaccine, or that there are another 1,000 people who will be eligible soon?
Yeah, so no, clearly not all of them are 1,000. We've already vaccinated north of 770 plus folks. So right now in the queue, we have 900 and some change individuals. Those include 70 plus, 65 plus, teachers, and all of the individuals that for some whatever other reason want to be in a longer line. So have pre-registered or registered on our Google Doc we're aware of those 900 individuals now who are wanting to get a vaccine when it's their turn in the queue.
I presume that the school has reached out individually to the teachers to contact them and make sure they know and can get on the list.
We, several things. We've been in contact with the school weekly, if not more than weekly, and have been talking about this for 2 months. We have a plan. The plan will be executed as soon as we have the vaccines. In my opinion, the teachers have been in the queue for 2 months. I wanted to vaccinate them long ago, but the CDPHE wouldn't let me. So here we are. And those individuals who, yes, they've been all contacted by Karen Quanbeck, the superintendent of the school district. They're all well aware. We have vaccinated some teachers who do fall into that 70+ category. We do have some of those folks in our district. So those folks have already been vaccinated. And then the remainder of the teachers will be vaccinated is literally as soon as we get vaccines.
Okay. And then related to that question is another one. When teachers are indeed eligible, do you intend to start vaccinating them immediately or after the 70+ group is finished?
It depends on supply. Like I said, we've vaccinated 60 to 70% of the 70+ already. It's going to depend on how many folks remain in that grouping of 70+ who need to be vaccinated. If it's 100 folks and we get 300 vaccines, we can obviously do both at the same time.
Right.
I am prioritizing the teachers above the 65 to 70 grouping, and here's my rationale behind it. The governor has given us the ability to vaccinate either of those groups as quickly as we receive vaccines. The teachers on an everyday basis have a much higher level of exposure than your average 65 to 70-year-old. I value 65 to 70-year-olds just as much as I value anyone else, but their level of exposure is a fraction of what the teachers is. Mm-hmm. Furthermore, there's only a handful of substitute teachers in the district. If we have an outbreak among teachers, the schools will shut down. All it takes is 3 or 4 folks to get COVID and have to be isolated, and then I have to shut the schools down. When I shut the schools down, the economic engine slows down because folks who have to go to work can't be home with their children, would much prefer to have them at school, where they're getting a much better education, in my opinion, than they would online, and a much better experience, and their parents are actually able to go to work and function. As the father of 3 children, I get it. And so I'm not putting one life above the other. I'm putting one level of exposure above another. And teachers right now are far more exposed than your average 65 to 70-year-old. And it's not going to push them much further down the line. There's only 100 teachers in our district, so it's not like we have 9,000 teachers that I'm needing to vaccinate ahead of everyone else.
Right. Well, I think personally, you know, as a strong supporter of education, also teachers, and the fact that they need to be rewarded and kept safe. And everything you just said makes sense to me. It also makes sense to me, the part you said that you're still prioritizing 70+ until such time, you know, until you have enough vaccines to roll out the rest. And the hope would be that with the number 70+ you have on the list, that you have vaccines in excess of that and can get those teachers vaccinated ASAP. So.
Something that I'd just like to ask for some clarity on moving forward. I know I received in my tax bill something encouraging me to go and sign up for the vaccine immediately. You guys might be aware that I'm in my mid-30s. And I also kind of hear discouragement to do that in your spoken statements. And I would like to ask that since we put it in writing and sent it to everybody, that we go ahead and encourage people to sign up whenever they're ready. And I think that we need to make sure it's clear that, you know, for example, if you're in your mid-30s, it might be June before you get a contact. But I know that that's a successful way to get people to do things, is to get them to register early. I know that with relation to trying to get people to vote. And so I just would like to make that request. I hope it's, you know, supported by the other commissioners and staff.
Absolutely, George. And the reason that there might be some disconnect between what you hear and what you see in a postcard, for instance, a lot of this information sometimes changes literally day to day. It's very unfortunate and very frustrating from a public information perspective, and it makes it very difficult to give out specifics. As soon as we print something, it turns out it's not correct and we have to retract it or whatever. So what we've tried to do is adopt in places like postcards, as an example, instead a very general message that is not very specific, because we don't want it to change before we print those postcards. And so what the postcard was asking folks to do was to go to our website and get as much information as possible from our website. It's much easier to update our website and Facebook page on a weekly basis than a postcard or anything else. So we're asking folks to go there. And we didn't want, and the hesitation prior was because if we're only targeting 70+ folks, getting everyone and their brother signed up, 30 and 40 and 50-year-olds, it made it quite difficult for us to discern, because we cannot ask age, the difference between a 70-year-old and a 40-year-old. And so now that we're getting further down the line of 65+ and teachers or this group or that group, obviously that's going to open up the way that we do things and need to do things. So yes, I would encourage everyone to go to the website and sign up, but be aware, to your point, it might be months before you are actually eligible to get vaccinated. And so what we were trying to do was avoid a lot of frustration on people's part, because we got lots of emails and lots of phone calls of frustration of, I've been on the list for 3 weeks. What the hell's going on? Why am I not getting vaccinated? And that sort of thing. And rather to avoid that sort of thing, we were only asking folks who were actually qualified to get the vaccine at that point in time to register. But if people want to be patient and register and know full well when they do that it could be weeks or months before they even become eligible, we're game for that sort of scenario. But what we're not game for is answering lots of emails and phone calls from angry people who believe it's their turn and lots of other people are cutting. We don't have bandwidth or time for that sort of thing. And so please sign up, but know full well you're going to need to be patient, and we will get to you as soon as we quickly as possibly can.
I think that's a really good point. I think, managing a list, when it comes to just the list management size, not the answering the phone size from frustrated people who have been on the list for a while. And that's a very strong argument that you make. But I guess I wanted to illuminate on that just a little bit. But I think one thing you just said is that when they sign up, do they put that you're not asking them their age when they sign in onto the list? Is that correct? Or is there a place that they put their age down when they sign up on the list?
Suzanne is gonna respond to that. She has made many changes to our form over the last 48 hours.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I had something to say about it. Go ahead.
Myself and Olivia Watson, clearly. So based on the governor's changes to the phases the other day, our Google form has been revised so that anyone in Clear Creek can sign up and they indicate what phase they are in or what category of which phase they are in. So once you give us your information in that Google form, then Olivia takes it, sorts it according to a number of different factors, phases, categories. For the 70+, we did ask for people to indicate their age is 70+. That will be the same for 65+. Again, we're not checking that. It's an honor system. So we want, the community to help one another out. So the information is there via our Google form. It's working well for us. And I would echo Tim's assessment of, even if you're on the list, you may not be eligible till the summer. So please be patient. Thank you.
Right. And that's as long as you have that information, then I think that of which age category or other type of category they're in, for them to sign up early, as long as they know that there's no point in calling until, don't call us, we'll call you as we get the vaccines. Managing a list of 5,000 isn't really harder than managing a list of 50, and in a database. And so having them there also means it's kind of like it's not creating campaign after campaign after campaign to contact and bring people in. It's an overall campaign. So it's a one movement to get people to the list so that you're done ahead of time. And that's just my own advice. And the second thing I would say in terms of if you do have an area of people, one thing that we learned, I think, through the census was that some of the work done gave us a little statistical view into our older crowd, the 70+, 65+ crowd, in that crowd, when asked questions in a survey that was done at the resource center, it was that group of people who were the least aware that they were even supposed to have gone online or gone somewhere to register for the census. So that's kind of a window into that level. And it's not always just like being internet savvy as much as internet obsessed. You know, they may not be spending the time. And also knowing that when we go out to contact people through public information, you know, the reality is that our Facebook page, you know, I'll bet we're lucky if we hit 10% of our population with that Facebook page. And when we expect people to come to our website, having had several websites, both business and, you know, other kind of stuff, nonprofit, you know, I've learned that yeah, it's out there, but just because you build it doesn't mean they will come, because they have to know to click to be there. And so I would imagine our website is probably in that same range. And then the same thing's true basically with the newspaper. And the thing is that and I'm just issuing some opinions here, when you, the people who get engaged are people who get engaged. There's a line in political campaigning that voters vote and people who don't vote, and there's not a lot you can do to change that. What that means is it's like going into that room, going into all these committees, volunteer committees we have around the county, and you keep seeing the same people in every room. People who get engaged get engaged. So the same, in large part, there's overlap. There's a lot of overlap between the people who read the paper, the people who are on our website, and the people that are on our Facebook page. And so those methods are, and then word of mouth fills in the rest. So I'm really pleased to hear that we've vaccinated as many as we have of our county. In that first highest risk range, we could be up in that 60 to 70% range. That stubborn last bit, we might need to think about it the way credit card companies and mortgage companies do, because there's a reason they don't just post on Facebook to go online and check and see how much you owe them and send it to them, because they know they'll never get their money. And so they make sure that unless you've signed up for an email invoice, that you're going to get something directly with your name on it that says, hey, come in and do this. And so I would just offer that as the most effective way to get through to the end, to get that last hardest to reach bunch. And anyway.
And you bring up a good point, right? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Suzanne.
Oh, I was going to say, you bring up a good point. We know that there are some places within Clear Creek County where internet access might not be the greatest. Anybody can call our COVID health line. It's a recorded line. That's the 303-670-7528. Leave your name and contact information. One of our nurses or other folks will call you back. Essentially what they do is they get the information and enter it into a Google form. So all the information is in one place. So that is another way for people to be able to let us know if they don't have internet access. Yeah, I would encourage that word of mouth. Tell folks that you know. And I would say, even though we move on to a next phase, when we are able to move on to our next phase, it doesn't mean anyone in the previous phase can't get a vaccine. It just means it's now open to a broader pool of people. So we're encouraging anyone that's 70 plus at this point. If you haven't got a vaccine and you want one, contact us. Look at our website or call our health line, and we'll get you scheduled when we get vaccines.
Okay.
There's a super quick thing. I agree with George, and I wanted to also just again compliment EMS and our public health staff. You hear these horrible stories about states that are sitting on half their supply, and we sit on half our supply when we're halfway done giving shots on the day that they show up, or within a few days. And I think one of the mistakes that Governor Polis shines some light on is states that have really strict criteria for who gets the vaccine, and that being part of the reason why they're sitting on half of theirs rather than deploying them, making the public safer. So the fact that we're inviting people to get into the system, I think is a good thing. And it's only going to make it easier for us to be able to deploy vaccines when they actually show up. Although maybe it's going to create some perception management issue, and I would rather deal with that than not be giving people what they need.
And I really like that my suggestions don't impugn your performance today. I think I've said it all along and I'm saying it now. It's been fabulous. I have continued to brag to our commissioners from other counties about what happened. And I was talking to the folks down in Jeffco just the other day, and I said, we don't have clinics and hospitals helping us with this right now. We have our public health department only. And when I said that we had vaccinated over 500 people in one day, and that our public health director felt like we could do 1,000, you know, they were speechless. It's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with those statements that Sean and Randy made. Just a couple of quick questions that came up. What company are we using for testing? That company is Mako. It's spelled M-A-K-O. If you go look at Summit County's public testing section, they describe that company and what they do and the tests they use. The other one is,
That will switch in 2 weeks. It will go to COVID Check, which uses a similar PCR test. Basically the companies are very similar in terms of the process, et cetera. So.
Okay, great. And then one last question. Do we have an estimate of how many 70 plus in the county have requested the vaccine? I think you stated it already.
Yeah, our current estimate is, and let me double check this just to be certain. Our current estimate is that 20% of our current list is those 70 plus folks that we're hoping to get vaccinated here in the coming weeks. And so it's really that, to Randy's point, that 10 to 15 to 20% potential that are still out there that for some reason or another haven't heard or haven't heard from neighbors or friends or relatives. So that I would implore, I mean, once you get to that level, it's really going to be word of mouth to get that last 10% in. And granted, there's going to be some folks who just don't want it for some strange reason. So in that group that we're not going to get vaccinated. So we're going to continue to do everything we're doing. Olivia and Suzanne and team are doing an absolutely fantastic job at outreach and trying to find everyone who wants one and get them in the queue, and we'll get them vaccinated ASAP.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that concludes our COVID update. The next thing on our agenda is a conversation about 5-star. We are going to do a public comment period so that we can hear from the public on this. Alyssa has a little bit of information for us before that. And I just want to sort of make sure everyone who's preparing comments is aware of some altered context. One of those being that we don't have great data on our case counts right now. The other one being that it looks like we could be landing in yellow, depending on what our data is within the coming weeks. So Alyssa, the floor is yours.
Is it okay if I go after public comment? I'm still working on that information.
Sure. In that case, if you have public comment, please click raise hand, click participants, click raise hand. We would love to hear from you. I see that we have, I suspect, Lindsay Valdez with the Clear Creek EDC. And we're going to try to keep these to about 3 minutes.
Lindsay, are you there? She unmuted. I can bring over the next person until we hear from her, which is Amanda Cooper. There she is.
Okay, Amanda, the floor is yours.
Sorry. It would actually be great if we could get Lindsay to go first, because I am a follow-up to her statement. If she can't get it done in the 3 minutes, I am the second half. So if I could possibly go after Lindsay, that would be ideal.
Okay with me.
Okay, Lindsay.
Oh, there she is. She just has to unmute. There you go.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for allowing us this time. So the CCDC has been working with a group of business owners. We meet weekly to discuss 5-star and just other resiliency efforts within the county. So we put together a statement. This is on behalf of a number of business owners in Clear Creek County. What I'm going to do is, after I read the statement, I will go ahead and send this over to Beth, just so you have it and can see the signatures on listed on the bottom here. Okay, so the subject of this is COVID-19 5-star program application and Dial 2.0 support. This statement was prepared by a group of proactive businesses and stakeholders that, again, we have named below on our document that I'll be sending, that meet weekly to discuss 5-star related economic recovery efforts. Today, we speak to the future health of Clear Creek County's small business economy, focusing specifically on restaurant industry challenges resulting from COVID-19. We are not here to incite division nor debate the assumption that one must choose between physical health or economic health. Instead, we ask that our elected officials take a holistic approach to Clear Creek County's well-being, finding a balance that protects, supports, and ensures a healthy future for our residents, visitors, businesses, and workforce. To begin this dialogue, we request the county's support of both the state's proposed COVID-19 dial revisions and a Clear Creek 5-star program application. We propose that a 5-star program, if approved, be implemented only if the county re-enters level red. The 5-star program is a proactive measure that provides an additional level of predictability and helps guard against an uncertain future, providing a much-needed contingency plan. To our advantage, Clear Creek would be the smallest county in the state to implement a 5-star program. Thus, the number of participating businesses and required resources are manageable. We recognize that recorded COVID-19 cases ebb and flow due to many factors that are not all within our control. We also painfully acknowledge the volatility of independently owned and operated businesses. Business owners and managers have taken substantial pay cuts to keep their staff employed. Despite these efforts, layoffs continue. Moreover, ever-changing state and local requirements have created a financial burden, especially for those with perishable inventory. Endless hours are spent brainstorming resiliency efforts, fishing tents, barricades, foggers, air filters, PPE, surcharges, reduced hours, etc. According to a recent Summit County Economic Impact Survey, our business neighbors had an estimated revenue loss of $106 million last quarter. We know that in Clear Creek County, revenue losses are between 25% and 50% compared to 2019, circumstances which, for many, led to taking on additional debt. How many years will it take to pay off this added burden? Is it worth it? Is throwing in the towel and filing for bankruptcy a better option? These are questions that have run through the minds of small business owners over the last year. That said, we commend our elected officials and public health staff's efforts to make the hard decisions that have ultimately led to Clear Creek's numbers stabilizing and 10% of our population being vaccinated. We also look to other counties. What are they doing right or wrong? What can we implement that supports the expertise of those hired to protect us? What has the state determined reasonable? There are currently 18 approved 5-star counties with additional applications in queue, including Denver. Adjacent Summit County has operated their 5-star program since December, and Jefferson County is in the process of pre-certifying businesses. Because Clear Creek's numbers have stabilized and due to our future being unclear, we view this as an ideal time to apply for the 5-star program. There may not be a need to implement the program. However, we would be remiss not to position ourselves with every tool available. Clear Creek County has at its fingertips a group of educated, passionate, and committed business owners and stakeholder groups ready to assist. Additionally, the state recently introduced a funding mechanism to support 5-star program implementation. Qualifying administrative committees are eligible for up to $50,000, more than enough to hire a public health employee or contractor to conduct inspections. It should also be noted that if approved and implemented, the county's 5-star program requirements can change based on feedback from public health and the business community. In summary, we respectfully ask the Board of County Commissioners to review and submit a 5-star application on our behalf, recognizing that implementation may not be necessary, but having the tool in place remains ideal if the county enters level red in the future. We also ask that a funding application be prepared to secure support dollars if and when program implementation occurs. We also welcome the opportunity for the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation to provide weekly economic updates before or after county public health reports. We hope to continue a dialogue between the Board of County Commissioners, county public health, municipalities, and the business community. Our plea speaks not just to the immediacy of today, but our resiliency and preparedness for the challenges of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And I probably should have started my timer. I didn't. So anyway, thank you for your comment. Who else has a comment that they'd like to make?
Amanda's still up.
Yeah, Amanda's still here. I've got another one in the queue that I can cross over. There's Amanda.
Hi. Well, Lindsay, very well said, and I will not take up any more time because that might have gone a little bit over. We're just encouraging the commissioners to really take a look at the 5-star program and recognize that it can be a very valuable tool to facilitating a positive relationship for the mitigation of COVID and enhancement of our economic crisis that the county is facing. It would allow us to bring employees back to work that are currently not eligible for unemployment benefits as they've run out, as well as restore vendor relationships that have been severed due to our lack of revenue. We recognize that public health has really big challenges, and we are very grateful for all of the efforts that have been made to keep Clear Creek County safe, but we are hoping that this program could be used as a partnership and not a speed bump that would really allow us to operate safely, effectively, and hopefully with a little bit of support that would enhance the economic climate for the entire county. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see one more, and I saw somebody had their hand up and then it came back down.
Bringing Greg over.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just had a basic question about the 5-star program. Are the guidelines the same for every single county? Should I just reference like what Summit's list of the specifics, the 10 feet apart, taking people's names, all those kind of the specifics?
It's my hope that that information will be made clear by Alyssa. I know in general, it will be the same. We have the option to go with it more stringent rules. I believe the 10 feet distance only applies when we're in red as per the state. Otherwise it's 6 feet. And Alyssa, I think at this point, oh, I do see another hand up.
I'm bringing over Craig. And there he is.
Sorry, it dropped me for a second. Craig Abrahamson, my wife and I, Dana, own small businesses here in Georgetown. I'm just going to play off a comment that George made to introduce this topic with regard to perhaps some level of lack of necessity around 5-star, and that was the comment about data, and it came up in the my profession is based in science, and I appreciate informed data and the value of informed data. I think, though, it's important to completely inform the data. And the one thing that I would just comment on is while our Clear Creek County numbers may not necessarily reflect a sample size that we would desire, it is relevant to compare the trends in Clear Creek County with statewide and national trends as well. And if you look at the state's trend in incidence rate, it's actually a steeper downward trend than Clear Creek's trend is in incidence rate over the last two and a half weeks. And so I think that's a relevant piece of information for you all to consider in terms of policy with regard to implementation or lack thereof of the state's new Dial 2.0 framework. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any additional hands up. I appreciate those comments that were provided. Alyssa, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. So I was going to give you an updated view of the survey results, but my file is corrupt, so I was trying to recreate them while during public comment. Last week when I updated you, we had 19 respondents. Today we have 24, so that's only a few more. Of those respondents, 50% were no and 50% were yes, as from the additional respondents. Unfortunately, I don't have the spreadsheet or the graph. I was trying to make it quickly, but I wasn't able to get it done. So really the respondents really haven't changed much. The additional respondents, 2 were hotels, which is interesting. Both of those said no. And then the other 3 were retail shops, and the retail shops said yes. Oh, my apologies. 2 were retail shops, 1 was personal service. And all 3 said yes. Yeah, that's kind of where we are with the survey. Were there any other specific questions that you wanted me to answer today?
I'm just curious if my apologies. I'm curious, can you repeat the number of businesses who said that they would opt in if we created the program?
I can do that right now, sure.
And I think it came with some qualifiers.
Yeah, so of the 21 that are eligible, so just as a reminder, I removed the outdoor recreation. We had several outdoor recreation that just don't really fit into the program, and then 1 business that's at home based, and so again doesn't fit in. So of the 21 respondents, 1 was need more information, so they did not say yes or no. We had 7 that said no, and 13 that said yes. We did have 1 business that filled it out twice. 1 said yes, 1 said no, and so I clarified that it is a yes. So that's where we are. So 13 yeses.
Okay.
And just to be clear, their yes means yes, we would actually take advantage of it, not yes, we think it's a good idea or not, it's a good idea.
Yep. The question is, based on the mitigation strategy checklists that were provided, would you opt in for this program? I will say that the no's, the majority of them are smaller businesses, and the majority of them are not restaurants. They're retail. So I would say of the yeses, all are restaurants except for 4. 1 is personal services, and 1 is general business. 1 is, and then 2 are just regular businesses, retail.
Okay, and I recall, I think it was one of the options, if we wanted to use a third party, was about 1,500 per business that gets enrolled.
Yep.
So knowing that we have grant possibilities up to 50,000, it seems like we could be wrong by a factor of 3 and not have to come out of pocket to administer this program. And it's likely we could be wrong by a factor of 3. So, okay, any other, Sean, Randy, what are your thoughts on this thing?
I have a question. I did find Lindsay's recommendation somewhat persuasive, and I want to know better what are the ramifications of applying just to basically buy ourselves some different avenues for the future. Because my strong hope and everyone's is that we're not going to go back into red and that this will be completely moot. So perhaps it's a waste of time and energy to even consider this. But my suspicion is it's probably not that, that probably aren't really many hard costs associated with it. It'll certainly require staff time to probably go assemble some applications from other counties that we can probably reuse large parts of it. But could you, maybe you, Alyssa, help me understand kind of what would it look like for us to at least honor that request from the business community?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I also think it's a compelling argument. I don't think there's any harm in going ahead and creating the application. I know that the working group has done significant work already in developing that application. And so I don't think that there's a whole lot left that needs to be done. My one hesitation with that is, as we've seen from this past weekend, things are rapidly changing. And so I'm just always cognizant of wasting people's time. I don't want to, I can't speak for them. And so if they feel like it's a good use of time, then I'm more than happy to support that. But with things that are constantly changing, I worry that we would submit an application that and 2 weeks or 3 weeks is suddenly not relevant or needs to be updated. And so I almost wonder if it's a better use of time to finish the application, get it ready for submittal, wait a week or two, see what happens with this dial change, see if any other changes are thrown at us, and then potentially submit it. But I also agree that it is a compelling argument, and I would be supportive of that.
One quick follow-on question, Alyssa, and thank you for that complete answer. What is the time delay that we would expect to wait for the state to evaluate our application? Because that to me is the only argument for doing it sooner rather than later, is to get the clock going. And I mean, it would suck to waste people at the state's time, but you know, if it buys us something, then I might be willing to do that anyway.
So it's my understanding that as soon as we hit those metrics that we need to be eligible for the program, which I believe is going to happen any day now, they will start reviewing our application. I'm unaware of the turnaround time from the minute we become eligible to when they approve us. And I can reach out to my partners in Denver and Boulder because they just became eligible and opened applications for businesses. I think it kind of varies on the level of work the state has right now.
I think my response is, without hearing from Tim, and I saw Tim turned his camera back on, so either he just wanted to make sure his hair was okay or he was getting ready to speak. But I think what Alyssa said is something that makes a little more sense, but it depends on what that bandwidth is required to get ready. I think the most compelling thing I've heard all day with regard to data and statistics and all this is that it's going to be about 10, you know, before we have meaningful test data is going to be at least another 10 days or something like that to get the first week's robust data, most likely, to give us a feel of what we're really at, so that we're making a decision that is, you know, based on reality. And the second one is within that period of time, the dial's changing. But I'd be okay with preparing, but not necessarily, it's my own position, I think, to be ready to submit once it can be done with, for example, the confidence of our health department, our public health director, that we're in a, that it's it's a justifiable thing to do at that moment. And then at that moment, we'll also within that same moment, we should be finding out whether you know, whether it's even necessary because of the dial within that 10-day to 2-week period. As it evolves and changes again. You know, they said they're changing, you know, it's just coming out, the new dial. And then they said, we'll look at it again in the spring. And my guess is the spring will be like 2 weeks later or something like that. There'll be another change that we didn't. Tim has warned us that whatever, any decision we make on Wednesday, the only objection I have to actually filing it is that we might see stuff in the data that tells us that you know, if what Sean says is true, which is the state's going to leave it to the county, which they may at some measure, then it will, then we're making a decision. We're making a decision without data, and I'd hate to turn in and get approved and have a lot of stuff going on and be making, you know, and learn that our data was vastly different than we thought it was. And so maybe that period, you know, if it's not a lot of work to get it together and get ready to submit, but that would be Alyssa's call, and I don't know how many people are required to get that ready to submit, how many hours, you know, how many man hours it takes, person hours it takes to get it ready.
The only caveat that we do need to consider, while there is that $50,000 grant available, you must have already had your application submitted to be able to apply. And so we need to identify how we're going to go about with the inspections. If we don't get that $50,000 grant, do we want to absorb the cost of a third-party company with some other funding source, or do we want to go about it a different way? So it's kind of chicken or the egg with that one.
Tim, I think you have something to say, so I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, my only the information that I need first and foremost is, to Alyssa's point, how are we proposing to implement this? I don't have a problem with the program on its basis and its merits. It's really the devil's in the details. how are we going to implement this and who's going to do the inspections and enforce it really? I mean, that's where I hear where a lot of counties are struggling. You know, we have 450 applicants and we have 4 inspectors. So really the devil is in those details. As far as the state is concerned, I know for a fact, whether we have 5-star or not, we can, regardless of what our numbers are, even if we're in green, we cannot go to 100% occupancy, regardless of where our numbers are at and what 5-star program we may or may not have. That's never, well, that's not going to be a reality anytime soon. So it's really, how do we get to 75% occupancy, which is sort of that, in my opinion, right now, the ceiling, the threshold of what we could realistically achieve. Having said that, it's possible our numbers next week will come back and it turns out we are on the really low end of yellow and approaching whatever the next color is, blue or green, I can't remember. And so we could literally be there in 3 weeks at 75% occupancy with doing no work and no changes in the 5-star or even implementing it. So I think if we find ourselves going in the opposite direction, then applying for it makes sense. To others' points of when we get to red, it makes sense. Can we control it in a way while we're at that level? But when we're going in the right direction, I don't know if it's, and this isn't necessarily my call, is it worth the time and effort to put it in? But if we want to apply for money, to Alyssa's point, we would need to apply and then subsequently apply for that money, knowing whether we get it or not, we don't know. So,
right. I think
that's
a
where I
really good
stand.
point, and I didn't address. I'm sorry. Did you?
I just gonna say that's where I stand on the whole issue. I don't, or the whole notion of a 5-star and what our numbers are, and we'll see in the next coming weeks. I know the governor did say they're going to be. The dial 3.0 will be mid-March, so literally in 6 weeks or less, we're going to be having this conversation again, and probably sooner is my guess. If things go either in the really good direction, we're going to have that conversation sooner, or if things go in the wrong direction, we're going to have that conversation sooner than 6 weeks.
Randy, if it's okay with you, I'm going to jump in and share my initial impressions here. Okay, thanks. So I was prepared to say basically what Tim said, which is that the devil's in the details here. And I hesitate to say, okay, go ahead and build an application when we haven't specified whether we want the train the trainer model or whether we want to have paid inspectors. I'll state my preference is to have paid inspectors. I think in a community this tight where we like each other this much, it's hard to expect somebody to really do a great job enforcing challenging things. That's just one example of the kinds of things that we have not gotten to the level of detail on. I also was interested in understanding what additional safety measures we could tag onto this thing. I don't think we've had that conversation. And I hesitate to waste everyone's time with that conversation, knowing that we can, by mid-March, if not earlier, we might be at 75% anyway. Where I think I'm at right now is that I'd like to ask us to put this conversation aside. If we see that case counts start to increase, I think we should take it back up with urgency.
Yeah, I think what I just wanted to say was that what I left out a little bit ago when I said I didn't mind putting the time in was twofold. The time it takes to prepare the application and its drain on staff is inconsequential compared to the time that will come afterwards if we decide to go into a 5-star program. And I wouldn't want to think, and this speaks to George's point about, for example, paid inspectors and things, I wouldn't want to think that that the decision did anything to reduce our effectiveness in, for example, the vaccine area or anything like that because of staff that were required to do those things, workload. And, you can always say, well, we're doing this on a different day, but, humans have a capacity, and at the end of the, you can only carry so much stuff around in a week, at some point, even when you're putting in overtime. So I'd want to know that the effort that we've been doing to keep people safe was not degraded by having done this. And then, which calls to question also what George said, which is The fact that we haven't had a discussion about exactly which one of these models we would want it to look like among ourselves and had the work session to do that. So I think the time to do some preparation and talk and understand. Personally, I felt a couple of weeks ago like it was a good idea to put this thing to bed and watch the tea leaves, evolve in front of us. And I really think the data and the changes in the dial going forward, and then I agree, we need to have a work session about how serious we'd like to sit down and look at the facts and understand that a little bit and be able to talk about that, have that conversation about what level of additional safety we want to build into it.
Yeah, real quick, I think the last thing I'll say about it is I think I'm pretty much in the same place, maybe for a little bit different reasons. I'm long ago done making predictions about what's going to happen with this whole situation. But looking at the trends, it seems hard to imagine that we're going to be headed back into red unless something, a new variant comes up, something unexpected, which is possible. But if I'm thinking about what's likely to happen, I think we're likely to be talking more about going in the other direction. And I wouldn't necessarily have any problem with putting forth an application without having to figure out exactly how we were going to implement it, because the bureaucratic process that the state's going to put us through will give us, I think, sufficient time to figure that out. But based on what's been said, and I agree with it, I don't think we're going to ever get there. I'm in agreement that we should maybe just postpone this for a week. And the other thing I don't necessarily agree with is being resigned to saying we're not going to have any good data over the next 7 days. I don't know what it's going to look like. I'm hopeful, right? I'm hopefully that a lot of people who wanted to get tested have heard about it and will show up and we'll have some good data, but that's not for sure, right? And I know we need to be able to operate based on us having good data or not having good data. So I think this will be a much easier conversation to have a week from now.
And I don't think it's you mentioned about we could turn in an application without being sure about how we implemented, but we also brought up the part about what we implement. So there's some time to schedule and have that discussion and think about it. Have that presented to us and get together and talk about it.
Yeah, or
we can do that next Tuesday, or we can do that at a later time. Whatever.
Next Tuesday feels premature to me. I think I know that when we went into red last time, we talked about how our cases were increasing. Our cases didn't increase. It's not like we went from yellow to red in a week. I think we'll have plenty of lead time. I hope we would have plenty of lead time to say, hey, it looks like case counts are ticking back up. It looks like this could be a long-term trend. And so we have to get on 5-star post haste. And Sean, something that you mentioned a lot that I completely agree with is that we don't have to wait until Tuesday to talk about this stuff. So that would be kind of what's in my mind. I think we heard loud and clear from the business community that they're not trying to be at 75% when we're in yellow. They're trying to be at 10% when we're in red. And I want to honor that. I don't want to inflict another complete closure on our restaurant industry if we can find a way around it. And so that I would ask that we continue to monitor case counts, and if we see that they're starting to increase, that we take this conversation up post haste.
I agree with that. Yeah, Tuesday's not a magical date. I mean, when we have the ability to have a more informed conversation, we shouldn't wait. We should just have it whenever that is.
Is there anything that you want from me to prepare if we do need to have that conversation? I guess my concern is that if case counts do start to go up again, we're going to be kind of starting where we were, and there's still going to be work to be done versus getting it going.
I would suggest the one thing that would be helpful would be if we were going to have a conversation, we'd want to sit down with some options, a menu of choices off of which we could build, with a robust conversation with Dr. Ryan and his staff, some ideas about, we could have that discussion about what additional measures of safety would we want to include to make sure that we're doing something that's responsible. Knowing what that base menu is that's out there would be, some kind of an executive summary of the would be a helpful thing to have prepared in advance, so that if George says, hey, I want to call a meeting for 2 days from now, let's post it. So that we've got something right there to look at, and we can start talking in a hurry and make a responsible decision along with our public health director.
Happy to do that.
I would agree, Randy. I think fleshing out, as we have stated several times, fleshing out the details and having those figured out will expedite anything we decide in the future. That it could be literally the next day, it could be applied, the application could be submitted once. But really the devil's in the details of how we're going to do things. I don't know that the state is going to accept an application that says TBD all over the place.
Yeah.
So the more of that we can flesh out, I think the more satisfactory and the quicker we can actually submit something when we find the need for doing that.
And let me say that I feel the same way the state does about that. That's what I'm saying. If the devil's in the details, then bring the details. If we're going to make a decision that is trying to balance public safety and health, with the economy. And I think they're both valuable things to try to balance. But it's got to be an informed decision because of the stakes.
And I'm happy to be a part of those conversations, whether they on this format or other formats. And as details get hashed out, I think we can move forward, whatever timeline.
A quick question for Alyssa, and I wasn't in the past suggesting that we put forth an incomplete application. I guess I was a little confused about what the state was asking of us in terms of having something that crossed every T and dotted every I. So Alyssa, in your perspective, from what you've seen from the business community, what percentage of the process have we completed in terms of preparing an application that would be ready to submit?
The general concept is built out. I hate to keep saying it because we keep saying it, the details, the inspection process needs to be fleshed out, how we're going to do those inspections, who's going to monitor them. The administrative committee has already pretty much identified those key administrative components are identified. But I would say the inspection process, the complaint process, and any additional requirements that we are going to have in the program, anything above what the state requires.
So is that 50% done or 10% done or 90% done, in your opinion?
It's really hard for me to say. I would say from like a base level with just the state requirements, we're probably at 75%. But again, I didn't write the application. The business community did, and it's possible that they are further along with the base level.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think what's at hand here is the extent to which we want to continue to invest time in this. And I suggested that we wait until we see case counts go up. An alternative could be that we want to go ahead and dig into these details at some point in the next couple of weeks. I'm not entirely clear whether you guys have an opinion on that.
I think that as much as the terrain keeps changing, it could very well be that any number of factors that we're not even thinking about right now might drive us to want to do that. But right now, the information's not there. I don't know what it would be. It could be case counts going up, unless the case counts went up so much that we said, that could inform you a different way. And I'm not expecting that to happen. Anyway, I think it's time to get, lacking data about what our infection rate is right now and lacking some good political information and stuff about where the state's going to come to us over the next week is, I think, a good reason to wait and watch and react when the time comes.
I agree with that. The only thing I would add is I trust our staff, right? If you guys have some schedule flexibility and you want to go do some research that you think would put us in a better position in the future, I commend you for that.
Right. I wasn't saying don't do that shopping list we were talking about if you got time to do it. I was just saying in terms of us revisiting or creating a goal or something like that beyond that.
Yeah, I would welcome that too, a preparation of the details that we have to discuss. And we can take it from there. I don't think there's anything else on this. And it is 12:19. Thank you all for your time. Thank you to the business community for putting so much thought and energy into this. I've received multiple text messages that you're disappointed with the direction that we've had here. I understand that. So on the schedule is a 12:30 break for lunch. We do have a work session to discuss organizational policy planning and strategic planning. Board, what's your pleasure? Would you like to maybe go to lunch 10 minutes early, or would you like to knock out this work session and go to lunch after that?
How long do you think the work session is going to take, George?
It was originally scheduled for 25 minutes.
Maybe we should switch it out and then go to lunch.
Once again, I think Amy and I, yeah, Amy's on the line. I think we can knock this out in probably 10 minutes.
Yeah, Amy did her last presentation. She said, I think I can do this in 8 minutes, and she was done in 4.
Yeah. Do you agree with that, Amy? Because I think today we're just going to present you kind of a calendar and an overview, and then really get into some hopefully meaty discussions in a couple weeks, I believe. But today the intent was just to present you a syllabus, calendar, timelines, that kind of thing. So if you're good, we can try and knock it out in 10 minutes.
We can do that.
So, George, if it's okay with you, I'll turn it over to Amy.
Please do.
Dang it.
And I think she's going to share a screen.
I am. So let's see here. I am not 100% prepared, but I'm getting there, so I might take up 30 seconds here. So yes, we are going to talk today about the big picture organizational development, employee development, and strategic planning process sort of all together, and present a schedule, calendar, sort of progression of topics for the next two months or so, and then that will imply how things might unroll from there. So let's see, I will share my screen again. Let's make this bigger. Okay, so for this was in your packet. You've probably studied this for hours, but we're basically looking at how to move forward, right? We've prepared some general ideas on the 3 elements of this plan: strategic planning, organizational development, and employee development. And then, okay, we've got that. So now what do we do? How do we implement this? How do we move it forward and keep it going so it doesn't, get set off to the side? So we're looking at 3 groups that are stakeholders, decision makers, and important groups to have influence here. And one is sort of a administrative kind of executive committee, steering committee type group, and that would be Keith and myself and Sean as executive sponsor of the effort. We're also leaning heavily on the leadership team and relying on them for input and engagement. And then, of course, you 3 as the Board of County Commissioners. This plan is a living document, but it also represents sort of a cadence of how we expect topics to move through those 3 groups. So today is February 2nd, and we're presenting this calendar to y'all. Did I just say y'all? To you all. We did share this with the leadership team yesterday. So that's an important step here. And then we're setting up regular meetings with the 3 of us, Keith, Amy, and Sean. But then next week, we'll go ahead and talk to you all about the 2020 strategic objective results, and then just start to talk about how we want to approach the 2021 objectives. And if you've read any of the material in that memo regarding strategic planning for this year, well, really for the whole thing, but what we're doing to advance the 5-year plan into 2026. For 2021, we're wanting to identify strategic objectives and try to just do a better job of connecting them and the mission goals that are part of the 5-year plan to each department and the work that they're doing. And then we also are going to talk a little bit about how we're going to identify and add goals for the 2026 to make it a full 5-year plan. Move through that, circle back, Sean, with you, and then bring that back to the leadership team and dig in a little bit deeper, start looking at what some additional strategic objectives might be that departments can take on. Ideally, there are things that are dovetailing with work they're already doing. And the goal there is just to help make sure that things are connected to the strategic plan and the 3 overarching mission-based goals of the organization. We'll also start to be looking at the employee development element. We did distribute an employee survey on Friday and have started to get results from that. The survey is really aimed at sort of employee mindset and how they're relating to their work and how they're feeling about their work, how successful they're feeling. And we've started to get those results in. So those would be the sort of first 2 chunks as we start to advance those topics. Then back to you guys on the 23rd to report back on those conversations and to start really finalizing what that 2021 strategic objective list is going to look like, and start brainstorming on the 2026 additional goals that we might want to add in, and sort of just continuing on this cadence. And then in March, start to look at how 4DX might be implemented in other departments. And as a side note, in the month of February and into March, I would expect to be making some progress piloting the 4DX program with the planning and building services team, and trying to figure out how we can make that work for that group and what we can learn from that and how that can help other groups learn how to apply it in their own team. And then we would continue on with that and try to end up by March to have a finalized updated plan with the 2026 goals and the full list of 2021 goals and owners, have the employee development results ready, and just keep going from there. And then by April, start to implement project plans that are hopefully using 4DX. I don't know exactly how this might work yet, but that are implementing and working against strategic objectives. And this all dovetails really well with the conversation you guys are having about, about the content and, making sure that you're devoting a significant percentage of time as a BOCC to the strategic topics or policy topics, and a really well articulated strategic plan with objectives that relate to departmental work will, I think, enhance that and just fit really well with that. And then, I don't know exactly what will happen once we get past like mid-April here, but in theory, this cadence of meetings will continue, and topics will continue to unfold. So that's the basic outline and the initial thoughts on how those topics will proceed.
Just a couple of quick comments. Thank you, Amy, for sharing that outline. You had mentioned we had sent out an employee survey, I think last Friday, as recent as last Friday. But I don't know, board, if you received a copy of that survey or not. If not, we can certainly share with you what that survey looked like and the questions that we ask. I think that would be good information for you all to have. And in fact, you could, if you want, you could fill out and respond to the survey. But that was one thing. So we'll make sure you get a copy of the survey that went out. And I think we are asking the employees to respond by February 12th. Okay, thank you. So it's relatively a quick response. And this went out to every employee in the organization. We've talked with the sheriff. Obviously, the sheriff has probably by far the most employees, or the largest percentage of employees. The sheriff and the undersheriff were very, very cooperative, and they're actually sending out the exact same survey to their team members as well. So we will have a very comprehensive response, hopefully anyway, to the survey. And Amy, I think you said that we're already receiving a pretty good, or having a pretty good response just in the few days that it's been out. So
yeah, we have 50 responses, or 49 responses to the employee survey, and the sheriff's department had 30.
Wow, that's great.
And I think there are about 70 sheriff's departments employees, and about 160
right.
others. So
ballpark, yeah. The other thing that I think we talked about last week, Sean, you brought it up. As you all know, we're somewhat emulating what Larimer County has done and what they're doing with their 5-year strategic plan. And Sean, you mentioned one of the things that you liked and that we also agree with is to have, I don't know the term, the executive sponsor, was that the term? But having one of each of you kind of sponsor one of the goals, and I think that gives it a little more credence, and it demonstrates to our team members that we all take this, we're all engaged and we take this very serious. So that's something we'll be talking with you about probably next week during that work session. Yeah, we have a work session with you set up for next week. And then finally, the only other thing I wanted to mention, I know that we've had some very initial reoccurring conversation with Franklin Covey, and we still need to determine if and how and when and to what scope we would like Franklin Covey to be engaged. And that was mainly around the 4DX component of what we're talking about, but we haven't totally flushed that out yet, but that's something we haven't forgotten about either. So thank you.
Yeah, my only comment about that is I think one of the technical elements of the 4DX platform that I think we might need a little bit of help with is the creation of dashboards that match the conditions in our county. But I mean, I've said this a few times. I mean, the two things that you can tell if somebody's serious about something is if time is found on their calendar and they're spending money on it. So I think this is really, I think we all think this is important. So if we're spending money on it and it has time on our calendar, then that's positive. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, just to remind everyone that's listening, I think we're in so many meetings, I kind of get confused as to who said what when, but we did talk about wanting to set aside in future or upcoming Board of County Commissioner agendas. To your point, Sean, we want to set aside a dedicated time on each of your agendas so that we can talk about the various priorities that we've identified. And if it's on, like you say, if it's on a calendar, it's going to be important, and we want to spend some time talking about it. So we haven't forgot about that either. And we're kind of putting a draft calendar together for that. So we've got that. There was something else I was going to say, and I forgot what it was, but obviously not important. But we're anxious to kind of kick this off. Again, today we just wanted to share with you the outline and the calendar. And as I think Amy said, it's a work in progress, and obviously we'll be modifying and changing it as we move along. But we're excited to get this thing kicked off and to continue moving forward.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this level of detail. I don't have any issues with having Sean be the executive sponsor to the goal setting or to the goal monitoring process. I really embrace the idea of assigning a commissioner to every goal based on interests and skill sets. I think we've already done that formally with some goals and informally with others. I
Yeah.
know I just, housing as an example that I just sort of paid a lot of attention to. We could formalize all of those things, and I think that would be helpful. And I love the idea of having us bring these goals down to the every department level. I think one of the sort of blind spots in our previous goal setting sessions is that some of these didn't touch some of our departments at all. And so I don't think that that should mean that they shouldn't have goals. You know, so maybe I'll stop talking there because I'm just sort of rambling.
Well, I'll just briefly ramble. Is that an oxymoron? No, I agree with what was said. I think it's a good, I think it's a really good thing to do, to be serious about goal setting and guiding our leadership development as well. And all of that said, and I don't think it's, I think we have a lot of things that are already rolling in a lot of places. So we just, and I'm not suggesting we don't charge forward. I love charging forward on things. I'm just suggesting that we, you know, we're going to have to see how the pace goes in terms of being able to do all those things. Some of us are already carrying a lot of, are already doing a lot of, an awful lot of extra sessions in some of those areas that we have those activities going. But all those activities should also come under the scrutiny of this as it goes forward. So I'm not implying one bit that I'm pessimistic about our bandwidth or ability to do things. I just mean that we already have some people working their butts off too. So as we set the schedule and calendar, let's keep that in mind. And, you know, we'll monitor as we go forward and make sure it's a reasonable one.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Randy. I feel personally very committed to that sentiment, and that really and truly, I mean, I've been thinking about this and sort of calling this project mission at every desk. And I really think that by connecting the work we're already doing to the mission of the organization, that in itself has a big benefit, and that can help provide, you know, I mean, I am pretty unashamedly idealistic about this stuff, you know, like it can be inspiring to people, you know, and to help build some more meaning into their work if they're lacking it. Not everybody is necessarily, but I do believe that really can help. And by making, you know, helping people as individuals connect their personal work and their personal strengths to the mission of the organization, and helping departments connect the work that they're doing to the mission of the organization, that just connects everything, it glues everything together. And that's why we have a mission. You know, that's why organizations have mission statements, and that almost every organization on the planet has a mission statement, you know, and that there's a reason for that. It's because it's supposed to be the thing that represents what the organization is trying to do. And what we are trying to do is protect the quality of life, improve economic diversity and sustainability, and provide effective services to residents. That is what we are trying to do. And so just getting that into the nooks and crannies, that's really the goal here. And that's what the purpose of a strategic plan is. That's what that's the whole point here, in my view. And that also means that it doesn't mean a whole bunch of extra stuff. You know, it doesn't mean extra projects. It means connecting the work that we are all already doing to that mission. And it's a little mental shift, and sometimes there's extra things, right? Because we want to be innovative and improve on all of those things. But I'm so with you on that, Randy. We're yeah.
I want to just say
I'm all about mission and enthusiasm and having everybody mean something and belong. You know that. I just you know, it's a great time to do it, and it's time for a reboot. We've had a We've had a long year just now. And it wasn't because we were disorganized. It was because it was a big hill to climb. So
Yeah.
still climbing.
Yeah, I want to point out just a couple really quick things. One of the things that this board talked about out loud at some point in the not distant past is possibly even allocating up to 25% of the time that we spend in public, focusing on strategy, focusing on solving long-term problems. The thing that I'm totally sensitive to that Randy brought up is we do not want to be in a position of essentially adding 25% more work to department heads and managers. I think we may need to redefine some people's job descriptions to be able to prioritize. And I don't know for them whether it's 10% or 40%, depending on what their department is. But you know, as leaders, it's our obligation to essentially put them into a position to succeed, and not on a voluntary basis, right? I mean, this is something I think we have reached consensus on the people on this screen, and it's going to be up to us to give people a path to success. And that may mean de-emphasizing some of the things that they're now doing, or finding other people to do them, or in some cases, stop doing them.
Yeah, good comment. Amy had mentioned we talked to the leadership team yesterday. My God, it seems like a week ago already, but it was yesterday. They seem very excited, engaged, and you know, not to repeat myself, but I am. We're just anxious to get started talking about the meat and potatoes of this thing. So I think that was everything we had, George.
Okay. Maybe just some final comments from me. I want to urge us to, and I don't see that we're missing this right now, but just emphasize a strengths-based approach. This is an organization with a lot of strengths. We've got staff that have a lot of strengths. I don't want this to be or be perceived as us trying to, you know, fault people for shortcomings. And then as far as the 25% threshold, I totally support that. And I don't think that amounts to much more than an extra maybe half hour. I think we do regularly talk about our goals. We don't say, okay, now we're talking about our goals. But I don't think that that's an unreasonable goal.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Any other comments from anybody else? I don't hear any. Why don't we go ahead and take a lunch break? I feel like I can get what I need in a lunch break and still be back by 1 p.m. Do you two agree?
Mm-hmm.
12:41 right now. Okay, then we're on break. I'll see y'all at 1 o'clock to talk about a goals work session about Family First.
And then we are doing an executive session after that. Is that correct today? I think.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Peter just sent out a link.
I did.
For that. Yeah, for that. All right, we'll be able to get right into that one when we leave the other meeting. Thanks.
That sounds great. Thanks. Bye.
Peter, you're unmuted.
Thank you.
Turns out I needed 20 minutes and not 19. So it is 1 o'clock and I see that Sean is with us. I wonder if Randy is in front of his camera. And there he is. So it's 1 o'clock. We are here for a work session to present, to continue our conversation about Family First. We've got Cindy here. Cindy, the floor is yours, unless, Keith, I didn't know if you wanted to introduce this.
Just something, this is a topic that we've been talking about, looking at for a number of months. And I thought, as we had talked a week or two ago, it would be appropriate for Cindy to provide an update, kind of a status report on Family First, where we've been, where we're at, where we're going, that type of thing. So Cindy, you have the floor.
Thank you,
And maybe
Keith.
Cindy, to begin, you could just give a little bit of context to anybody listening about what Family First is.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. So, okay, so first of all, the intent of the Family First legislation was to ensure what we do is responsive to the needs of children, youth, and families in our communities, and that what we do, to the extent possible, is community-based, that it includes wraparound services at every level of care, I was thinking about my friend Lori Beckel would tell you that those programs or services incorporate the natural support systems that the children, along with various agency personnel and community representatives, use to address the needs of children. Natural supports include family members, teachers, extended family, other caregivers, services intended to wrap around and support the child in all aspects. So what we're trying to do is do as much upfront work as we possibly can to keep children safe and keep families together, and at the same time provide a vehicle, if you will, for families and children to move forward together in local settings. That's basically what we're trying to achieve here. Right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So with that in mind, and ensure that every child is either in a family-like setting or a small, high-quality treatment facility, and that these families have access to appropriate, responsive, and effective services at every level of the continuum of care. So that's all well and good about Families First, but we are in the midst of various reforms converging at once. First is the Family First Prevention Act. Next, we're dealing with the child welfare reform, and that's Senate Bill 254 and the Delivery of Child Welfare Services Task Force. We're also dealing with juvenile justice reform, Senate Bill 108, and the Behavioral Health Task Force, which is the blueprint for reform across the state. And then we're going to add one more thing to that, and that is the Institution for Mental Diseases. That's the IMD issue, or as the state likes to call the elephant in the room. The state really, well, they're putting together reforms as we speak about how to deal with IMD. You know, IMD is the piece that obviously is about Medicaid and how treatment for children in RCCFs are paid for those services. And that is going to change dramatically. In the past, those funds have come through Medicaid, and we really didn't have time-limited services. So, and that is going to change, obviously. The services are going to be time-limited. So we have a lot of things that we're trying to deal with in addition to Family First. So the other thing that I think is interesting and appropriate to know about is that the largest number of children who are in out-of-home care in Colorado right now are in family foster homes. The second highest number of children in out-of-home care are in kinship, non-certified placements. The third group are in residential child care facilities. And the fourth group of children who are in out-of-home care are in group home centers. So over the course of the last 4 weeks or so much more information has been printed and video presentations have been given and produced these webinars that have been available to counties. The most recent webinar, and what we're talking about, is trying to keep the board up to date on what is the most recent, was put together by the juvenile justice system. JD put together a Family First Prevention Services Act, Qualified Residential Treatment Program bench card, where that is a long thing, that outlines who should be present at a hearing for the initial QRTP placement. What is the relevant statistical information for the initial QRTP placement, and the questions that need to be asked and answered during the initial hearing. It also includes a timeline for those children that are going to be placed in a QRTP. The child.
Can you define that acronym for me?
QRTP, it is a residential treatment program, right?
Okay.
Okay. The child, youth, juvenile placed in the QRTP or any placement is allowed for up to 14 days, and within 60 days, the court must review and again approve the placement decision. If the court does not approve, this youth must be moved within 30 days. These are all new regulations that are being put in place as a result of Family First. While the child or juvenile remains in the QRTP, the decision is reviewed. This judge's decision is reviewed every 90 days. After 6 consecutive or non-consecutive months, the child could come out, go back in. For any youth under the age of 13, continued placement, and this is a juvenile placement by the court, must be approved by the Director of Human Services. And after 12 consecutive months of continued placement, this placement has to be approved by the Director of the Colorado Department of Human Services Director. So going forward, the decisions that we are going to make on behalf of children, they have to be responsive to the needs of the children, the youth, and the families of those children. So it's obvious that we have to stay focused on prevention. And prevention has been a big part of what the Department of Human Services, Clear Creek Department of Human Services, has been actively promoting for some time, including school-based prevention. And we've done that by putting Lauren Courtney, who has been working in the Carlson School and doing some prevention services for several years. Dr. Gillingham, who we recently added to our staff, well, a couple of years ago, has been providing trauma-informed therapy to our children, youth, juveniles that we provide services directly to through the Department of Human Services. So what this is all about, really, in a nutshell, is providing community-based, prevention-focused services that are aimed at keeping families together. One is one of the things that we've been doing with Dr. Gillingham and Lauren have been incredibly beneficial to the kids in our area. Lauren's work in Carlson School has reduced the number of referrals that have come out of Carlson. At first, it was by about a quarter, and then by about a half. And we very seldom now get those referrals coming out of Carlson. Now that Lauren's there and the programs that she has put in place, the work that she's done with those kids is just, it's fantastic. And having Dr. Gillingham do the very same thing through a clinical setting has really been very beneficial. The substance abuse prevention and evaluations in county, we need more of those. We need to be able to do an evaluation. We need to be able to bring families together and work out problems, and in order to get everyone healthy and everyone on the same page at the same time. And in family-like settings, we are bound to find kinship providers, traditional foster homes, therapeutic foster homes, and treatment foster homes, but they all need to be in our community so that these children and families can remain together, so to speak, and provide family group-like settings as far as treatment is concerned, and get families put back together. I don't know what else, George, I'm not sure what else you want to talk about. There are so many things happening at the state, but we have a lot of work to do in order to pull resources together, in order to put teams in place, and also to provide training for staff that are involved in the Department of Human Services, for individuals and staff that are working in our schools. Family First is a huge umbrella that is designed to take care of a child, a family group, a community, a county. It's all encompassing, and we've done a lot of work, but we have a lot more work that we need to do. We need to begin once again to look at what we do and what are we missing. Where are we going to go to find providers that can come in and provide the skills, the training, the treatment that's necessary in order to keep families together?
Yeah, thank you for that introduction. And you asked sort of where in my mind this could go. Of course, I am just one of us. In my mind, we have a grant opportunity for Family First implementation. It's due, I think, in June. I think that's a wonderful opportunity for us to really focus this conversation around a deadline and an outcome. The things that I'm very interested in are understanding which preventive services we have selected and how that compares to the preventive services that are available to us. And I'd love to know, I know that the science on this stuff has really changed a lot in the last couple of decades. And so I'd love to know sort of how those services that we're providing have changed during those couple of decades. And, maybe I'll just go back to a research project that I really think we need to undergo to understand our outcomes historically is exactly that, right? Like, how many referrals did we get? How many were screened in? How many were screened out? What was the outcome of those cases? Did we put a child into a QRTP? Did we, all of those things. So I'd like to ask for that. And then maybe I'll stop there and give space for Sean and Randy to influence this as well.
Absolutely. And I want to go back and confirm with you or affirm with you that when we put together the grant application that we are going to submit for Families First, we included in that application some of the things that we are currently doing that we would like to have additional funding for to keep that in place. And then also some of the things that we are missing in our county that we would like to be able to support locally. And we know both of those things are going to take dollars. And part of the reform, part of the Family First Act and the child welfare reform has a lot of financial implications. And some of the things that the state didn't think about necessarily when they were putting together Family First and when we were putting together all these programs. And one of those things was the QRTP and the Medicaid reimbursement through Title IV-E. And those are huge place cards. That is a tremendous amount of money. And for Clear Creek County, we have in the past had some very good years where we were able to live within our child welfare allocation. And then we've had years where we were not. And part of the reason why is we were missing some of those treatment pieces that we could not provide. We didn't have the resources to provide locally. And some of the children that we've had to place in the past whose needs were exceeded what could have happened in the county anyway, they weren't here. We didn't have the resources to provide those supported services. So, but absolutely, we were very thoughtful when we put this application together for the grant for Family First. And what is why did we put those things together, and were those things the most important pieces that we've been missing in the past years? So, and they all revolve around either substance abuse treatment and evaluations. We have those done, but we don't have them done currently in the county. We'd love to have substance abuse treatment in the county that was kind of diversified and that it was a little bit bigger and better than what we've done in the past. Parent-child interactional therapy, we desperately need that resource available in our county. And child and parent psychotherapy in the county would be awesome for us to have as well. The list of things, it's a long laundry list. And if we are able to get a few of those things funded through this grant application, it would be great for us. And as I said, some of those things that we are doing now, we'd like to ensure that we have the funding going forward. Some of the things that we're doing as far as Lauren Courtney is concerned, and some of the resources and the services that Dr. Gillingham is providing. We'd like to be able to be sure that we could have those services in place going forward, and we can if we're funded.
Yeah, I wanted to just build a little bit. I think George is really headed down the right direction, and this is sort of the same flavor of a conversation that I bring up all the time with different parts of our operation. I know that at some point we're of course required to comply with new regulations that are coming out, and that's obviously a minimum standard. But beyond that, I think Health and Human Services is in a particularly challenging environment because of the need for confidentiality, but also there's a need for transparency and for an appropriate level of metrics so that we can hold ourselves accountable to doing the best job that we can with whatever amount of resources that we have available. So I'm very curious to better understand what are the success metrics, right? Like if there's a county that someone's pointing to and saying those guys are really knocking the ball out of the park when it comes to family first compliance, what does that even mean? Does that mean, I don't know, I'm not even going to speculate, but that's kind of where my head is, the direction that I'm headed is, I think it's great. I think absolutely we should take advantage of the grant application, but beyond that, we should take the advantage of looking ourselves in the mirror and measuring ourselves and making sure that we're on a path to improvement, continuous improvement.
I agree with you, Commissioner. I truly do. I think that we have in the past, let's back up just a step or two. I do think that what this legislation is going to do is going to enable us to hopefully enable us to provide the resources that we've missed in the past. We have sometimes small counties, small communities cannot attract the kinds of professionals to come in and live and work and do the work that's needed. Sometimes we have a hard time providing resources for individuals in our county when the resources have to drive in, or families have to drive out to get to the resources. And that part plays it's a big part in what we do and how we provide stability for families, how we bring children home sooner who have been in out of home placement. And so all of these things have to work at the same time and in conjunction with each other. And sometimes it's hard for families who are living in our community that don't have access to transportation to get down the hill to where the services for them are. We've had caseworkers that have transported families down, waited for the services for the hour and a half, 2 hours, and brought the children, the families back home. But the intent of Families First is to provide the wraparound services needed in order to keep these children at home. And if they are receiving services, that the services are provided locally and that we're not putting kids and families in Uber transportation or relying on others to drive them downhill to get the care and the resources that they need. And so we could put together, well, we sort of have through this grant application, what we have and what we need and how much it's going to cost to do what we need. And it's unfortunately never without cost, but it's better to upfront these costs to the extent possible, keep these children at home and not pay for the out-of-home cost and to separate families and children in order for them to get the care that they need. It's intuitive to know what works best, but financially, how we get from what is intuitively the best situation for families and children to the good outcomes that we need, we have to figure out how we're going to pay for what is in the end, what comes between those two entities.
Randy, I see you're unmuted.
Yeah, I was thinking of something to say earlier, but I think that that was a while ago. I do think that being able to wrap our heads around what those actual measures of success are that let us know how somebody hit it out of the park and why they knew we did, what the goal was and what the accomplishment was and what the path was followed to get there. And when I hear, and there's some things we could have done better, and so we have to work on those things, that's about as much detail as I'm getting right now. So I think that way, whatever the way is that we can dig in to understand how to find those better successes and become, or either learn that we are hitting it out of the park or become the people that are hitting it out of the park would be very helpful. And so to learn from those examples, to set up, I think more descriptive information that is still very privacy sensitive would be helpful for us to know, so we can be able to help with goal setting and you know, moving beyond what we continually seem to describe as a very, very difficult job and a very, very difficult situation, and find ways to make it better.
Well, I
work like yourself and as well as the clients.
Absolutely. And I couldn't agree more with you. I could not agree more with you. I do think that there is that this to place or not to place, provide services that are needed, what kind of services. And we could, we could outline a list of individuals, including children, that we've provided services to, that I could describe, this is when this happened, this is when this child was taken into custody, this is what services that were provided, and this is when this child went home. This child was not put in placement, but these services were provided, and this was the outcome. And whether or not those outcomes justify or not, maybe justify is not a good word, but those outcomes are going to be different for each child, because each child obviously is different, and the background that these children are coming from is different, and what the needs of the children and the families are, whether it is a safe and stable home where dad and mom have an opportunity to go to work and make sure that they can pay the rent and put food on the table, or we're dealing with children who have parents who, both parents are dealing with substance abuse issues. And where do those parents go to get treatment? And what happens to that child if those parents are not around? These are facts of life in our community. And no two families are going to be the same. Some of the children's needs may be the same, but we have to put these puzzle pieces together in order to figure out what is the best, the safest way to get families put back together, and how to keep families together once they are back in the same place. Ongoing needs for therapeutic intervention are, those are a big part of reunification. And we have to be mindful of what everyone needs in order to keep kids at home. keep parents together, keep parents working. It's not simple. There is nothing simple about this.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that there's a lot of sort of jargon to need to understand and have defined. But I want to push back a little bit. I don't think this is so opaque that we can't understand it. This is, I think it's very, like, to me, like the simple way to state what family first is family first is a change in philosophy from punishment of crime to healing of the wound. And when families make mistakes, the question isn't how are we going to punish that? How are we going to treat the crime? It's how are we going to give this family the support they need to be successful in the future? And to me, that's a pretty simple concept. And hearing Randy and Sean, it sounds like there's support.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I hate the thought that we are punishing people, that's what the department is about, is punishment. And that part is hard.
Yeah, I agree. I think that should never be the case. And I wasn't trying to say that that's your intent. That's what I see behind the this change in rules. And that's because the realization that we actually inflict harm on a child when we do something like separate them from their family. So it seems to me, Sean, Randy, tell me if you think I'm off base here. Seems to me like there are two kind of specific things that we can ask for to move this ball forward. One is a review, an anonymized review of our outcome data along the lines of those questions that list of questions that I asked. Another one that I hear is we want to know what prevention measures are out there and how what we've selected stacks up to what's out there.
What our favorites, what our favorite tools are, and then maybe see how when our outcome data is categorized by the use of those tools, it helps us. Now, I am completely sympathetic to what Cindy says, that all of these situations are so, it's kind of like there's 1,000 ways to write a movie or write a book, and either one, and it's amazing how much difference there is from one building and family to the next. But nonetheless, we still have to solve the problems and help people. And so knowing some of that better ourselves might even lead us to a conclusion where we didn't even advise a change to anything at the end once we knew those things. But seeing those outcomes categorized by, the kinds of situations we see, some kind of an understanding to help us become more educated, rather than just hearing that in very simplistic terms right now, that we're there for the benefit of the child and there for the benefit of the family, and that sometimes it's hard. It's not informing us to understand what those hard parts are. I will say that although separating children from their families creates harm, there are a lot of different kinds of harm, and it is sometimes necessary, and it just depends on the situation. And so having some good conversations, and whatever kind of context or setting those conversations have to take place in, or the data and the presentation needs to come to us to help us understand, will make us more powerful teammates, like we'd like to be with all of our county operations.
Yeah, I'll follow up on something George, I think you're headed in absolutely the right direction. I think we've all become a lot more familiar with data serving as a supporting role in making good decisions. And one of the pieces of data that alarmed me several years ago when I first heard it, and hopefully we're in a better situation now, but it was that at the time there was not one foster family that was located within Clear Creek County. And I'm not suggesting that that's the solution to this, but if that's the case, then the natural questions that follow are, how does that compare to other counties with 10,000 people, right? And if the answer is, well, they should have somewhere between 10 and 20, now we have identified a gap. And is there recruiting efforts that we aren't using? You know, why is it that we have 0 and other counties have more? That's the type of thing that I want to dig into and just basically be in the best position to support our department. You know, if you talk a lot about resources, Cindy, and I think that's legitimate, but at the other, one thing I'll push back a little bit is I've never seen a request come before this board that we wouldn't evaluate. And you know, we have money to spend on things that are important. And so, you know, if there's a lack of resources, and that's something that the 3 of us can do something about, and we have the data to make that decision, you know, that's the conversation we should have rather than one of frustration.
Absolutely. And Commissioner, we have hired someone who is licensing and supervising foster home and kinship homes in our county. So we do have that going on in Clear Creek now. And that's good. That is good. It is kind of a fine balance when you have a small, tight-knit community and you have a child in foster care that remains at home, and it is in close proximity to what has happened in the past. And those are all things that, and we never, I hope you know, our ARD, our Administrative Review Division, when they come in and they assess our files and they look at what we've done for children who are in our protective custody, our files are, they are to be envied by other counties because we go the extra mile. We do what we need to do. We try to get kids home as fast as we possibly can. We try to put as much prevention and treatment in place as we possibly can. And so back to what George is asking for and what you seem to be asking for is we can come up with a list of children that we've served over the past year, families that we have provided services to, and what kinds of services were required without giving too much detail, so that you see what we've done and where we've had to go to get those services put in place. And we've had to go down the hill. We've transported children down the hill. We've transported families down the hill in order to get the services that they need so they can get back together. We have an opportunity. There is if we can bring more therapists, more providers into our community so that we are not taking kids out of school to go down the hill for therapy, to meet parents down the hill, it would make a huge difference to us. But we have to do something that is going to be an incentive to bring these providers up the hill and to stay. You know, we have some vacant offices in the Collaborative Care Center. And we are looking at a couple of providers. One person, well, anyway, we are working. We are definitely working. And we have Jefferson Center for Mental Health, who is also working and understanding the needs that this county has. Our needs are just as diverse as Jefferson counties are. We don't have the number of people that need to be served, but their needs are no less than what happens in the metro area or over the hill or even in the Evergreen area. And so Clear Creek County, and I've been here for a long time, we have gone from having almost 27 children in out-of-home placement at one time, a long time ago, to having 3 children in out-of-home placement. We have a lot of people that move into our county thinking that this is going to be exactly where they need to be, and they don't have the resources that they need to have in order to be successful, not only at providing for themselves, but providing for their family. And we have to try to figure out how we're going to address all of those needs if we want to keep children safe. And that's our responsibility. That is what we do every day, 24/7. Try to figure out how to keep these kids safe and at home and families working together. So I can put a graph together for you. I can, as I said, I can pull stuff out of the files. I can, whatever you want to see so that you are sure that we're doing absolutely everything we can do to keep children safe and at home.
I think that would be great. I think I heard you say 1 year. I would be more comfortable with something like 5 or 10 years. I really think we need to get a holistic look at what our outcomes have been.
That larger aggregate also allows for a better opportunity to protect privacy and kind of sanitize it and aggregate, because if you're looking small in 1 year, it becomes very, very anecdotal and identifiable piece. And so by aggregating it, then we can put things into pots and trends and see that this many of this kind of situation or this use of this tool had this outcome and so forth, and begin to understand some of the challenges you face better.
Absolutely, we can do that. It'll take a while, but we can do it for you. Absolutely.
What's reasonable? I want to have reasonable expectations. What is reasonable to expect for you to be able to bring that information to us?
Going through the file, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
A month sounds good to me.
Okay. Okay. I will make that happen.
That sounds great. And then I don't know, Sean, Randy, do we want to get specific about the kinds of questions we're asking about this case data in this setting, or?
I think if you know why that child was taken into custody, in the first, maybe there's 2 things here. Maybe you want to look at some of the cases where the children were in fact taken into custody and were removed from their family. And maybe we also want to look at some cases where we did not remove children and we worked with the families and kept the families together, and where we had to go to get the services needed for that to happen.
I think what we're talking about is useful, but to me, it's not really complete. And what I mean by that is I'm not necessarily looking to figure out exactly what you guys are doing now. I'm more interested in understanding what are the best practices, who are the counties and the departments who are at the leading edge, who have solved the problems in new and innovative and more effective ways, and how are we basically putting ourselves on a path to get to where they're at. So I think what's missing from what we just said, or what we were just talking about, is, who are the leaders when it comes to implementation of Family First, who are getting the best outcomes for the people who we're serving. And maybe we don't know, maybe there's no one on this call right now who could answer that, but I mean, that seems like that's knowable information. And the other thing, just real quick, that appears to me is I know there are other stakeholders in our community who have the potential to be beneficial. And I'm talking about our nonprofits, places like potentially even the Clear Creek Rock House. I don't know if they play any role in this. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I've heard in other counties, there are religious organizations and other stakeholders who have resources to apply to solutions. And like I said, I'm not saying we need to do that. I just want to be aware of if there's something we're not doing, and if we're making a appropriate intentional decision not to do it.
Okay.
Sean, I hear you suggesting maybe a deep dive into the last 5 years of data would not be a good use of time.
What are we going to compare it to is kind of the next question that comes to mind to me. I don't think it's not useful. I think without the context, I'm not sure how I would interpret it.
So maybe you need somebody from the Administrative Review Division to talk about it. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I mean, I threw out there that I think this information is knowable. I think that's kind of where the usefulness of my comments ends, because I don't know how to find it, but I suspect it's out there.
Okay.
Keith, you have a puzzled look on your face. You have some good wisdom for us?
No. Well, I'm just reflecting and contemplating the entire conversation. Actually, I've taken a lot of notes here. But as far as data, even I think as recent as our last conversation on whatever topic it was, we had talked about data and the importance of data and how to measure data, because you need, in order to determine success, you need to have some kind of measurement tool and data to measure. And I think I understand what you're saying is, well, what is the benchmark? What do we can gather data, but what are we comparing it to? And I think the challenge that you've put forward is there is assumably some place that we could go to determine what a good, I don't know if baseline is the right word, but just good success. How do we know if we're successful, and what are we measuring our results to, and how do we know if we're successful? And I don't have an answer for that either, but I'm just wondering, maybe Cindy, with your conversations that you have with all the other human service directors in the state, someone must have a formula, or someone must have a protocol that they use to determine success. And I think perhaps that's just one question, is potentially what's out there to measure success.
Yeah, and I know that's a great point, Keith. I know that collaborative management communities provide outcome data to the state. So it could be that there's some data out there to compare ourselves to. It might be that we choose to build data on our case history based on that, so that we can compare it, so that we're not just building something that is an apple when we need to be looking at oranges. So that could be a place to start. And then I also think, as it relates to which services are seen as best practice, I think the state has a clearinghouse of services that have been approved for prevention services. Maybe we could look at, I have not seen that list. I probably could find it myself, but maybe we could look at that list and compare that list to the services that we're providing.
And Cindy, you threw one metric out, which was at one point in time, there was X number of kids in the system. Now there's Y number, and Y is a lot lower. And maybe things like what percentage of the kids are actually separated from their families, and what is the time duration of that separation. It seems like there should be some metrics that would give us an indication of the scope of the problem and how we're managing it.
So, and that's easy to, well, it's not easy, but that's relatively easy to pull from the files and from our case files. And once again, I'm not trying to, the Department of Human Services in Clear Creek County does an excellent job of protecting children and providing services. If we did not, the Administrative Review Division would be letting you know what is the problem downstairs with Human Services. And so I don't feel like I am, it feels a little strange. I don't want you to think that I am being resistive about this, because I will get you whatever data you want. You're entitled to that data. But I also don't want you to come at this. It feels a little strange thinking that we're looking for problems, that we are going to get into these files to see, what perhaps we could have, should have done better. And those kinds of things are, they plague a lot of human services departments and caseworkers that can't find resources, that can't find how we What is the best way? How are we going to get this done? How are we going to protect children? How are we going to get families back together? And you need to know that we do absolutely everything we possibly can to keep children and families together and keep them safe. That's the benchmark. They have to be safe. And so we'll go back and we'll look at 5 years worth of data, 5 years worth of cases, and to see, and we can categorize these cases as to why a child was removed without providing a whole lot of detail. You of course have the right to see that case, to look at what's involved, should you want to do something like that. But we'll pull the data together for you, and I will give you a sampling of what we found, and you can tell me whether or not this is going to be enough or you're going to need more detail. We can talk about how long a particular child was out of home, what services were provided, why did that child have to stay out of home longer than anticipated, and we can do things like that. And what the overall goal was for that child from the very beginning. And the very beginning is always going to be return home. That is what we want to do. But there are times that it is just not possible, and not to keep the kids safe. And so that part it's heartbreaking, but it's part of what happens.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I'm not trying to find problems. I'm trying to have information. What I was told coming into office by many people, including you, is that this family first transition presents a really serious challenge, both financially and in terms of workload. I'm trying to support that transition, and I think we need information to be able to do that. So Sean, Randy, I don't know what you all think, but it seems to me if the state has data on outcomes from collaborative management communities, I would say rather than us specify the questions, I think it makes sense to ask that data match the data that we build based on all of our information we have, match the data that collaborative management communities are providing to the state.
That makes sense, because then what we're doing is we're going to a source of comparative data, and we're using the format within which it is presented to aggregate our own data, to be able to start to really understand. Because the one thing I want to do, to be sensitive to Cindy, is to say, and I hear it in her voice, is, that we need to find out whether part of this is, are we assuming we have a problem that maybe we don't have as large a problem as we think, other than part of the system that's almost inevitable, and part of life that's almost inevitable, and the grass keeps growing and you got to keep mowing it, kind of a thing, and it's just the way it is. But we don't know that. We don't even have the data and the clarity into the whole system to be able to understand that. So I think that you've just expressed a really good way to get to the heart of let's find that data and find that format and have our data aggregated into that format, if that's a feasible thing to do. Let's get the format together and look at it. And then that's a way that we can look at it and be able to make some, I can't think of the right word right now, but make some reasonable assumptions.
And my suggestion would be, before we spend a lot of time and resource, diving down into a rabbit hole, maybe Cindy and her team could kind of put together an outline of potential data, and as George suggested, what the benchmark might be, comparing it to these other communities. But before we spend a lot of time diving in and gathering that data, let's make sure that we're all on the same page relative to the information and the data that we're attempting to retrieve.
That we want to see. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what do we want? Let's figure out enough about what we think to know what we want to know, and a good place
exactly
might be what George just suggested too. So
I think that makes sense. And Cindy, I'm sensitive to your, I guess I would call it gentle defensiveness. And you should rest assured that this is the conversation we have with every department about continuous improvement, right? And if you're saying that your team is doing the best they can with the resources they have and the tools at your disposal, I believe you. But what we're talking about is, do you have the right tools? Are you using the right techniques? Is there anything else out there that is we're not using or that's available that would make your job easier, would make your team more effective and have a better outcome for the public? And that road has no end, right? That's basically what the process of continuous improvement is. And that's what we're talking about today.
Yeah, it's just like me looking back on the weekend on Sunday night going, well, could have done that a little better next weekend.
Yeah. I also think that when you have caseworkers, casework supervisors who are passionate about the work that they do, you see that in the outcomes as far as children are concerned. It makes no difference whether we have resources that are available locally. We go as far as we need to go to find those resources because we want these children to be back at home. We want families to be successful. Nobody on my team enjoys having children in out-of-home placement. And I know you know that. But I also know that we have this huge change that's coming about in this county, and we have limited resources. And so it's going to be up to all of us, the commissioner, all of us, to figure out how we are going to get the resources in here that we need in here and either live within our budget or not. And so that part is, and it sounds kind of whatever, but we have a job to do. So anyway.
Okay. So I think I heard two outcomes, and just checking them to make sure that we all kind of know where we're headed next. I think I heard that we're going to take a look at what the state's reporting and data from collaborative management communities. Maybe I'm getting that term wrong. And that we're going to not construct, but aggregate the data that we have based on how they've constructed the data in those communities. The second is that we want to have an opportunity to peek at a list of the preventive services we're currently providing and the list of the preventive services that are in the state's clearinghouse. And I think I heard you say that you think a month is about enough time for you to get that done.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes.
Great. And then just lastly, I saw a head nodding. Does anybody have anything they think I got wrong? Okay. I do want to do honor to, we've had somebody, Mary Pat DeWald, thank you for taking the time to listen in. I do want to give honor to your comments by voicing them or questions. First, has Clear Creek County given any consideration to a family and/or child advocacy center? Cindy, I think that question is maybe for you.
Oh, yes, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, we've talked about that in the past. Absolutely, we have. And I think perhaps with the advent of Family First and how we move forward and put our priorities together, I think that is, there are a lot of good ideas out there. Absolutely. And did that come from Mary Pat?
It did.
Yes, I wrote her name down beside that. Yes.
Okay, great. And then I think I can take a stab at the next one, which is what about the data from the Mountain Youth Network? They provide good data on, self-reporting, how many kids are smoking, how many kids have access to drugs. I think what we're talking about is data specifically on the families that end up in our Child Protective Services system.
Referrals and what are the outcomes of those referrals based on the paths that we follow when we get them?
Yeah. So thank you, Mary Pat, for listening in.
Absolutely. What is a referral to? Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Now, I think perfect.
Okay. Cindy, thank you for your time and your patience with us. We're gonna wrap our heads around this and be in a much better position to be helpful to you as we move forward. I think that concludes the public portion of our meeting. I do think that we have some things for executive session. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so just so that everybody knows, this meeting will stay open. It's going to be a pretty boring watch. And I think it's important for people to know that we're not going to come out of executive session and talk about anything or make any decisions. That's not posted on our agenda. And all of that said, I move the Board of County Commissioners adjourn into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS section 246402(4)A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to lease, transfer, or sale of any real property, personal or other property interest in properties located at 445 West Dumont Road, 3204 Stanley Road, and 336 Crest Drive, and 2, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned properties.
Can you add HR not related to electeds?
Yeah, absolutely. So hold on one second. Let me just pull that up. And give me another second. Personnel subsection F, 246402(4) F, personnel matters relating to participating, personnel matters not related to elected officials or to discussions of personnel policies generally. Sorry.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. See you on the other side.
We will now say your magic words, Froggy.
Thank you. The board will adjourn into executive session as provided in the motion. No written minutes will be made of the session. And thank you, Randy.